seem to understand. I'm not locked in here with you. You're locked in here with me.
Excuse me while I whip this out.
All right, everybody, welcome in. It's the Friday night live stream, Radio Baloney Live. I'm your host, Richie Baloney. I didn't even know if I was going to be doing this one tonight. Because I don't know if you remember last week, I did that almost 6-hour live stream with a blinding toothache. So I was popping Advils for. And so today I ended up having to have a root canal. Now, it's been a long time since I had a root canal, and I wasn't sure how it was going to go. I seem to remember it being really terrible for some reason. And I suspected that perhaps I just wasn't going to feel like it. I wasn't going to be able to talk. There's going to be all kinds of problems. It turns out it was a breeze, a total breeze. Like an hour later, I was fine. Like, I guess they've gotten better at doing root canals or something, because I seem to remember many years ago in the past when I had one that it totally sucked. It sucked big time. But no, this was easy. I feel like I can just go on forever. I mean, I'm kind of tired, I guess. I don't know. I mean, I guess I don't feel awesome, but compared to what I was expecting, it's pretty decent. And it puts me in mind, too, to think that, people should have perspective. People need to have perspective these days. That's what's missing. That's what's missing with all these lefties is perspective, just basic perspective. Like, what's the only thing worse than getting a root canal? Not getting a root canal. People used to die from this stuff. Like last weekend, dentist was closed. So I had the toothache on Friday night. Dentist was closed. I thought, well, I'll just take, Advil and Tylenol, get me through the weekend. I can call up the dentist's office. Hopefully I can get in right away. Shouldn't be too big of a deal. Oh, it was a deal. It was a huge deal. By Sunday, I was in blinding agony. I mean, the kind of blinding agony that makes you feel like you're losing your mind, that makes you want to run off a cliff, that makes you want to shoot yourself out of a cannon into the sun, like so many people would like to do to Justin Trudeau. Blinding, miserable pain. And I managed to, even on a Sunday, I managed to get a prescription for antibiotics. And amazingly, actually, within 4 hours, that cleared up the pain, got me through till today when they were able to dig a hole into my head and dig out a bunch of, I guess, the worst thing you can have in your teeth, which is, I guess, just pain. Anyway, that all got fixed, but it got me thinking. I mean, people used to die from having bad teeth. Like a couple hundred years ago, what would you even do? I guess you'd just drink yourself blind. And I can't do that. Sometimes I wish I could, but I can't do that now. So, perspective. I mean, as much as Trudeau is trying to destroy Canada and has made it considerably worse, it's still a modern technological civilization. It's still a modern civilization, And Trudeau hasn't been able to return us to the Stone Ages quite yet. I'm sure he would like to. I'm sure that's his goal, but he hasn't been able to completely yet. I mean, we are still insanely privileged to live in a time where you can just, for one thing, find antibiotics. Just find somebody to give you antibiotics, right? Like that, like you need them now, and you can find somebody to do it, well, within a few hours anyway. And you can have people drill holes into your head to take the pain away. And you get it done fairly quickly and safely, Again, this is stuff that people used to die from. People used to die from having bad teeth. And I think that all of the commies and the far lefties out there who want to burn this civilization down need to consider what exactly do they want to burn down? This modern civilization, which is incredible, which would look like magic. It would be unbelievable to somebody even 100 years ago. They want to burn it down. Perhaps they don't know how to build something in its place. Maybe they should consider that. Maybe they should have some perspective. I mean, are you sure you want to tear it all down? Because maybe the utopia isn't going to turn out that great, because none of the utopias people have tried to build in the past have turned out really great. In fact, it's turned out that they've been total, horrible hellholes run by psychopaths like Lenin and Trotsky and Stalin and Chairman Mao. The guys who just are fine killing everybody. Gotta break a few eggs to make an omelet, right? Except where is that omelet? Where is that omelet? It doesn't exist, and it never has, and it never will. So I would like to see some perspective. I would like to see the left. I mean, this is never going to happen, right? Never going to happen. The utopians are never going to have any perspective. They're never going to say, some of this stuff is pretty good. Maybe we should slow down a little bit before we ruin everything. Because, some of this stuff comes in handy for us too. Dentists come in handy for us too. Anyway, those are my thoughts. My meditations on having a tooth that went insane. And maybe tried to kill me. I don't know. It felt like I was dying there for a while. The agony was so great, I wanted to die for a little while. But I persevered. I'm a survivor. Right? You could just refer to me as a insane abscess survivor from now on. Anyway, I hope everybody had a good week. Lots of crazy stuff going on. Somebody out there wants to let me know that the audio, everything is working well. That would be really helpful. Don't see anybody in the chat yet. All right, so what are we gonna talk about? What are we gonna talk about? I don't know. I hope you enjoyed this video I've had on a loop here of just this guy, where it's just, he should have seen this coming. Should have seen it. Ow! That race. That's funny. What are we doing? It's a beautiful Friday night, at least where I am. It's getting kind of hot in here, actually. So at some point I might have to open a window, but then the neighbors will hear me ranting. So I don't know. I don't know how they would like that, but whatever. We'll figure it out. We got a good thing going on here. What are we going to talk about? All right. First thing I want to get to is a correction from last week. Do you remember this? Do you remember this? We talked about this last week. It was the guy who showed up. Well, he had a court hearing, a Zoom court hearing regarding driving with a suspended license. And he showed up in the Zoom meeting driving. The judge was incredulous. Let's take a quick little look just to refresh ourselves.
So just give me 1 second. I'm parking right now. Wait.
You stationary?
I'm pulling in right now at this second. Yes, I am.
All right. What are we doing?
Your Honor, we are respectfully requesting an adjournment in this matter, up possibly 2 to 4 weeks if the court would allow.
Okay. So maybe I don't understand something. This is a driving while license suspended,
That is correct, Your Honor.
and he was just driving, and he didn't have a license.
It's pretty funny, but it turns out, at least according to Fox News here, turns out the man who went viral for driving during virtual court hearing for suspended license reportedly vindicated. So it says here his driver's license was suspended in 2010 for unpaid child support, but a judge rescinded the suspension in January 2022. However, the Michigan Secretary of State's office never received a clearance from the Saginaw friend of the court, reported at WXYZ, which tracked down the clerical clerical error. That means that the lifting of the suspension never went into effect. So it looks like the suspension was rescinded, so he was actually allowed to drive, although I'm just a bit confused as to why he was then in court still for a driving with a suspended license. But I don't know, according to Fox News here anyway, they're saying that he's been vindicated. In fact, it was a mistake and that it was the result of a clerical error, that the rescinding of the original suspension just wasn't filed. So I think that right now, I'm going to say that we owe this man an apology. I owe this man an apology. You guys don't. I'm the one who was blabbing about it, making fun of him. But I owe the guy an apology because it looks like it was just a misunderstanding, which is a shame because it was so damn funny. I wish it was true. I wish it was true, but it's not, unfortunately. Oh, well, or maybe it is. Maybe this is all bullshit, but for now, I'm just going to say innocent. And my apologies, sir. All right, so let's move on. So this is all over the news right now. Judge Merchan notifies parties in New York City Trump case of Facebook comment boasting of conviction before verdict. So this could be a major problem. So we're going to look at this one. And we'll go through the other stuff right now just to give you a preview of what we're going to talk about. Then we'll get back to this one. All right. Biden indicts whistleblower who exposed child sex change surgeries at Texas Children's Hospital. Boy, there sure seems to be a pattern, a political pattern with the Biden administration, doesn't there? We'll get into that. Thought this was interesting. Blue state now a toss-up as Biden tumbles, major poll rater says. So this is Virginia they're talking about. That's now a toss-up. And I thought we'd take a look at the Electoral College map. Let's make that a little bit bigger. There we go. And you can add in, you can change here, and it'll change the total at the top. I thought that would be interesting to look at. So we're going to take a peek at that as well. Let's see. Tab just crashed. Why did that happen? All right. So we've got the kind of never-ending foreign election interference in Canadian election story going on in Canada. Trudeau is refusing to release the names of the MPs implicated. We're going to take a look into that story. We've got a couple stories here. She says, boo-hoo. Boo, she's a liberal. She says boo-hoo about it to the conservatives that are saying, we'd really like to know who's implicated in this. What, with an election coming up in a year or just a little over a year? We will look at all the stuff that I've curated. Some of it we go into fairly in depth, actually. But all the stuff I've curated on X, formerly Twitter, over the week. Of course, we're going to talk about Miss Alabama because we got to talk about Miss Alabama. All right, lots of stuff, weirdos and just straight news and just lots of stuff, lots of interesting stuff, a giant mix. I think you guys will enjoy it. It seems to be the most popular part of the show, and it's the longest part of the show. Now, if you've never watched this show before, we got hot retarded chicks in the chat. How you doing, man? How you doing? So when things get too heavy on this show and things get too dark, as they do sometimes, because the news is kind of depressing and dark sometimes, we have what we call the puppy palate cleanser. And that's when we look at some adorable puppies or dogs, and it's just nice. It's just super nice. Nobody's trying to, nobody like a Justin Trudeau is trying to give them puberty blockers or anything like that. It's just a nice story. All right. And then we are going to do Grok versus Trudeau. I've already prepared one that we've done. It's a poem about Justin Trudeau announcing that pride flags and rainbow crosswalks are no longer enough. So the idea behind this is it's Grok versus Trudeau. So we ask Grok, which is the Twitter AI, to write a poem about Trudeau, there must be two details involved. He must do blackface, and he also must get a vaginoplasty. And then the rest of it, can be whatever. So in this one, Justin Trudeau, it's a poem about Justin Trudeau wearing blackface, getting a vaginoplasty, demanding to be called Helen, and also wanting to do the entirety of the country rainbow flag. Paint the entire country, everything, like the buildings, the roads, the trees, mountains, everything rainbow, because he doesn't think that the crosswalks and the flags are enough anymore. And then you guys can put in your own suggestions and we'll do a second one. And it's always fun and everybody always has a great time. Trust me on that one. All right. All right. What are we doing now? Okay, should we just get right into it? I think we should. All right, so what is going on with this crazy story? Judge Merchan notifies parties in New York City Trump case of Facebook comment boasting of conviction before verdict. Now, this is important because this could cause a mistrial. So, obviously, it's pretty relevant, but it also is kind of weird. The whole thing around this is kind of weird, and we don't even know if the Facebook comment was real or a troll or something. We're not really quite sure. So this whole thing is kind of odd, Now, of course, I would love it if there was a mistrial in that, because I think Trump was absolutely 100% railroaded by a totally corrupt judge. Again, the judge sent out a note to both parties regarding this. And I find that kind of weird because he's done everything that he could to avoid giving any kind of assistance to Trump's team that he could the entire trial. So I find the whole thing very, very interesting. So let's see. A stray comment was posted to Facebook only a day before a jury convicted Donald Trump in a New York court last week, in which the poster said that his cousin was a juror on the Trump case and that a conviction was imminent. He thanked the court for their service. Okay, so interesting. The day before, Judge Juan Merchan brought the comments to the attention of the counsel for Trump and the prosecution on Friday, sending the letter to both Trump's attorney Todd Blanche and Assistant District Attorney Joshua Steinglass. Quote, "Today the court became aware of a comment that was posted on the Unified Court System's public Facebook page, and which I now bring to your attention. In the comment, the user Michael Anderson states, quote, 'My cousin is a juror and says Trump is getting convicted. Thank you, folks, for all your hard work.'" For some reason, Merchan in the letter didn't add the entire comment. The first sentence was about, I can't remember exactly, maybe we'll find it in here, something about Trump crazies. So he left that part out. Xerxes 123 in the chat. Good to see you, sir. Thanks for coming in. Hope you had a great week. It says, great to watch. Your live keeps getting better. Well, thank you, sir. What a gentleman you are. What a gentleman. Really appreciate it. The chat's getting better, too, it turns out. All right. The comment Merchan continued in the letter, now labeled as 1 week old, responded to a routine UCS notice posted on May 29th, 2024, regarding oral arguments in the 4th Department of the Appellate Division unrelated to this proceeding. The posting, entitled, "The Appellate Division will hear oral arguments this morning at 10, and the comments are both viewable on Facebook." So it wasn't just out in the universe, right? So it was on the Unified Court System's public Facebook page. So it wasn't just, out in the ether somewhere. It wasn't just snatched out of the ether. But still, it seems like they would either they have investigated it already, which again I would think that from everything we've seen from Marchand that he would avoid touching anything that might help Trump in any way. Certainly something that would get a mistrial. It just seems odd to me. So either they've investigated it already or they haven't, and they're just putting it out there. The whole thing seems very strange to me. I don't know what exactly they're up to because we don't even know right now. We can't say that the post is even real. It makes me wonder if the backlash has been so strong against this that it's not performing what it's supposed to do. It's not doing what it was supposed to do, right? Which was supposed to make Trump less popular, not more popular for God's sakes. But it seems to be making him more popular. The conviction, and again, the just ridiculous case in the show trial that it was, in which they railroaded Trump, quite obviously and transparently so, to my eyes, anyway. I find it very odd that Marchand would do anything that might help Trump. But again, maybe it's because it's backfiring. So maybe this is a backpedal. It's like, okay, it's making Trump too popular. Everything that we're doing to try and destroy him is making him too popular. So maybe now we scratch this, and then maybe we get a mistrial, but then we bring him right back in again and keep him tied up in court right up until the election. Maybe something like that. I find the whole damn thing weird. Xerxes says, I wonder why Marchand brought this up in the open. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. It's a bit weird, isn't it? I'm not sure what to think of all this yet. Lawyers for Trump had argued that there were grounds for a mistrial on multiple occasions throughout the trial, but that had been denied by the judge. Again, yeah, the point being that he seemed so reluctant to do anything, any ruling, anything, allow any evidence that would help Trump, anything. I mean, they wouldn't even let him bring in an FEC elections expert. And surely that was relevant. His testimony would have been relevant. So now he's bringing out this. Is this a backtrack? I mean, let's just dispense with the idea that any of this was actually about law or justice or anything like that. I mean, if you're watching this channel, you're probably fairly convinced by now that this was purely a show trial, that it was purely political, right? So that's the frame that I look at it through. That's the lens that I look at this through, right? It's just a game. So what is this new tactic for? Again, it has nothing to do with law, nothing to do with justice. What is this new tactic in the game? What is that? I think that's the way you really have to look at this. That's the lens you have to look at it through. At this point, really nothing else makes sense. Just through the political lens. So I don't know. We'll see where this goes. This just came out today. But I don't know. Put your thoughts in the chat. Let your thoughts be known. Let's see what you think. I want to know what you think. Biden administration indicts whistleblower who exposed child sex change surgeries at Texas Children's Hospital. Yeah, sure. There seems to be a pattern here, doesn't there? With the Biden administration, with the Biden Justice Department, and there seems to be a pattern of retribution for dissent. So let's find out a bit more about this. The doctor targeted by the Biden administration for blowing the whistle on transgender surgeries that were secretly being performed by Texas Children's Hospital was formally indicted with federal charges this week. He's indicted. He blew the whistle on Texas Children's Hospital, at a Texas Children's Hospital that was secretly performing sex change surgeries on children. Now he ends up being indicted. Let's go back for 1 second here. Xerxes says maybe Merchant knew it would come out and he would look bad. He's trying to get ahead of it. That's another possibility right there. Yeah, that's definitely another possibility there. He's trying to get ahead of it. It's for appearances. I don't know. Interesting. It's an interesting thought. Maybe we'll come back to it later on tonight. But in any case, Biden administration is targeting this doctor for blowing the whistle on secret child sex change surgeries. So the Biden administration loves child sex surgeries just like Trudeau does, right? So the lefties all love child sex changes for kids. They all love that now. Think about how weird that is. Think about how much things have changed on the left. Are the people that are calling themselves liberals now, are they the same people who were calling themselves liberals 20 years ago, 30 years ago? They don't seem to be the same thing to me. I don't think you would have found 20 years ago, like the Liberal Party of Canada. I don't think you would have found a single MP that would have said, oh, yeah, sex changes for kids. Great idea. I don't think there's anybody. They just would have laughed. They would have said, what, are you crazy? That's nuts. So it's gone from being something totally insane and an abomination. It's gone from being something so beyond the pale that people would look at you funny if you said you were for it, to in a pretty short amount of time, you have administrations like Trudeau loves it. He can't get enough. He wants to trans everybody, but especially your kids. The Biden administration loves it. They can't get enough either. They think it's wonderful. I mean, why would you even aspire to be anything else when you grow up other than the opposite of what you actually are? You know, why dream of becoming an astronaut when you become a tranny stripper or something? Why bother? Why bother of dreaming of becoming even the president of the United States or the prime minister of Canada? Why bother? Well, that's boring. I guess unless the president or the prime minister are trannies, and in that case, it's wonderful. I guess it's inspiring. But what a strange thing! It just while everybody was asleep, these parties, transformed themselves into far left radicals. Because if you think that sex changes for kids is just a wonderful thing, you're an extremist. If you think, oh, that makes perfect sense, of course you should give sex changes to children. You're an extremist. You are a radical far leftist. And I don't believe that there is a single Liberal MP in Canada that would be certainly not NDP, but I don't believe that there's a single Liberal MP in Canada that would say, hold on a second, did you just say sex changes for kids? No, I don't think there's a single Liberal MP in Canada that would do that. The Liberal Party, they're not liberals. They're crazy people. These are lunatics. These are deeply morally confused far leftists. So things have changed, folks. Things have changed. These are not, the people calling themselves liberals are not, they're not like that old burnout art teacher from the 80s that you had. No, these are different now. These are different. These people are like Stalin. These people are Mao. You know, they don't believe in... Oh. They don't believe in free speech. They think you should give sex changes to kids. Half of them are just outright communists. The rest are socialists. They think that 2 + 2 can equal 5. It's very strange things. It's a very strange thing, isn't it? It's like an alternative universe. Anyway, so things have gone very strange. You've got this guy, this doctor, who blew the whistle on a hospital doing something abominable, doing something awful, permanently changing the bodies and stunting the development of young people who cannot possibly consent to that. And that's beside the point that this whole ideology, this whole gender ideology, is just completely made up. It's complete pseudoscience. It's just a bunch of abstract ideas that have been cobbled together into something that they can use to promote whatever they think equity is. Xerxes says the deep state is getting desperate. They seem to be going after all opposition on every front before the election. It is Stalinist. Yeah, I think it is too. It's this creeping totalitarianism. I find it astonishing, the people that are cheering it on too. I mean, these are just, I guess they exist in any age, you know. They certainly existed in, 1918 in Russia. They existed in China, before the Communist Revolution. These are people that can't see beyond their own shadow. And they can't understand, they just can't see the boot that's already on their neck. They cheer about the boot on somebody else's neck, on somebody else's face. And they fail to recognize that the boot is also on their face. It's on their neck. They just can't feel it yet. But it's there because the powers that are used against your enemies will be used against you. And that's why the whole rule of law thing works out so great, right? If everybody agrees. If everybody agrees that the rule of law is important and should be objective and unbiased, it works out great. When you've got one side, at least, that decides that it doesn't matter. They're not so concerned about the rule of law. In fact, they'll completely pervert and corrupt law and call that rule of law, knowing full well that they're tearing down something that much, much, much better men built. And a lot of people died for. It's scary, isn't it? It's scary. When you see stuff like this, I mean, this is indicative of the rot. The way that, in the same way that Trudeau using the Emergencies Act, essentially, the War Act, the former War Measures Act in Canada, but the Emergencies Act now, it's like him using that to get rid of some peaceful protesters in front of Parliament. And that's just normal. People cheered it on. There are lots of people who cheered it on. That's totally normal, apparently. All the stuff that we saw during the coup, all just normal. People, there were so many people during the lockdowns and during the mandates, the jab mandates in Canada, that they just saw the bright side of it. They were willing. I mean, they wanted to be told what to do. They actually wanted the boot on their neck. And when they got their jab and they got their jab card and they were able to go out to a movie or go out to dinner again, they really loved it. They lapped it up. They enjoyed it all the more because there were people who couldn't do those things because they weren't willing to bend the knee and do what they were told. like they were, be patted on the head and told they're good girls and boys. And now you can go out to a movie again. Now you can go out for dinner again. The thing that made it all the more thrilling for them was knowing that there were people who'd refused to and they couldn't. So they felt special. I mean, the thing that before they could just do any time that they wanted, right? And nobody was going to stop them. Now that these are privileges, they liked it better. They liked it better because it was a privilege now, not a freedom. They didn't have freedoms, they had privileges. And there were people who couldn't do that, who couldn't get on a plane or a train in Canada. Because Dear Leader said they couldn't. But Dear Leader, Justin Trudeau, patted them on the head and told them they were good girls and boys, that they were very special. And they loved it. They loved it. And they loved the fact there were people who couldn't get on the plane with them. That just the freedoms, they preferred having privileges over freedoms. Because if it's just a freedom, a general freedom, if you just have general freedom of movement, say, well, then anybody can do that. You're hardly special at all. In fact, you're not special at all. You're only special when it's restricted, when it now becomes a privilege. Only for the good girls and boys. So the people who cheer this stuff on, I don't know. I think that they're demented. I think that they're so stupid. These are people that, again, they can't see past their own shadow. Ethan Haim, who revealed himself as a whistleblower earlier this year in an interview with the Daily Wire, says 3 armed agents arrived at his door early Tuesday to inform him that he's been charged with 4 felonies. The charges are related to alleged HIPAA violations from when Haim, as a resident of Texas Children's Hospital, was performing so-called gender-affirming procedures on minors, even as it publicly declared that all such activity had been halted. So he himself had been performing these gender-affirming procedures. And the thing that, who they hate the most are the apostates, the ones who turn their back on the faith. That's why leftists go hardest after their own, who make some misstep, who ask a question, who say, if there's a leftist who says, or progressive, who says, I've been thinking about it, and this whole, double mastectomies for confused 15-year-old girls, I don't know about that. Are you sure? There's nobody they love to take down more than that person. There's nobody they love to take. That's who they love to denounce the most. They love to tear down the most. I mean, they really maintain discipline within their own ranks. Jaham says on YouTube, Jaham says, you learn a lot listening to what people don't say. The sound the left makes, not protesting this mutilation of children, is deafening. I could not agree with you more. And it's the silence. I mean, most, of course, there are many, many progressives who vocally cheer it. They're on their social media talking about how wonderful it all is and how brave and everything and how brave they are for supporting it, right? But there's a lot who just don't say anything. Those are the ones who probably do have some questions about it. And they're just too cowardly to do it. I mean, they're just too comfortable in their, ensconced in their liberal world. All their friends think the same thing. And, they don't want to cause a ruckus because they know they'll get taken down brutally, viciously by their own friends. When you're woke, when you're a progressive, when you're woke, you don't even have friends. You don't have any friends. You have people watching you, waiting to be your inquisitor. You have people watching you, waiting to denounce you. Again, I mean, because they seem to like that the best. They seem to get the most thrill out of denouncing their own, out of tearing down their own. So, yeah, it's you got to think there's got to be a lot, because I mean, it is crazy on its face, right? It is crazy on its face. Children who have no idea what it's like to grow up into an adult body. They don't know what it's like to be adults. Their brains aren't fully developed. Their brains won't be fully developed until they're in their mid-20s, until they're about 25. They can't possibly know what they're giving up by being sterilized or losing their puberty, losing like crucial parts of their own physical development. You know, you don't let them smoke. You don't let them drink. You don't let a 12-year-old drive a car, but you will let them decide to destroy their natural maturation, the natural maturation of their body, the natural development of their body and their brain. Of course that's crazy. Of course that's fucking insane. Of course that's fucking nuts.
Looks like I picked the wrong week to quit sniffing glue.
Yeah, it makes you want to sniff glue when you see this shit. Anyway, Xerxes says the sheep. Yes, the sheep indeed. It's looking lonely in the chat on the Rumble side there, Xerxes. I don't know where everybody is. Normally it's getting, we're 43 minutes in. Normally it's getting pretty lively in there by now. But maybe it's because I was actually on time for once. You know, amazingly, I didn't have any technical difficulties. I just pressed go and it went and it worked. It worked on both YouTube and Rumble. Just first try. And I think it's the first time it's happened in about 4 weeks. But anyway, let's keep going here. Hames says that's the doctor. He was the whistleblower. Hames says there is still uncertainty about what exactly he's being charged with. Boy, this is becoming a pattern, isn't it? Uncertainty over what the charges even are. Isn't that exactly what was just happening in the Trump trial in New York? Nobody knew what the actual crime he was being charged with was until actually the last day. Hey, we got Antipop in the chat. Good to see you, sir. Xerxes says, "Sorry, I'm doing all the talking." No, keep talking. I like the chat to be working. Keep going. You're making good points. Feel free, sir. Please continue. But this uncertainty about what he's being charged with, again, that seems to be a pattern these days, isn't it? Keeping things awful vague. Not even the jury not knowing until the very last day of the trial, as in Trump's trial in New York. Is this a new strategy? I kind of feel like everything that they've been doing, these are the new standards. Right? That's the new standard. Like in the other New York case where they had accused Trump of under or overvaluing some of his properties, including Mar-a-Lago, which they obscenely, the judge obscenely claimed that Mar-a-Lago was worth $18 million, which is utterly insane. But in that trial, where he's been fined $500 million, whether he'll end up ever having to pay that or not, who knows? But I think that if you're a real estate developer or just a businessman of any kind in New York, that should worry you a lot. Because if they are actually able to essentially just steal that money from him, well, that's a new revenue source for New York. You think they're not going to go back in the well? I mean, Kathy Hochul, the governor, said, well, I mean, they just tell on themselves. Apparently it doesn't matter because 95% of the media is with them. But they tell themselves, she said, well, this is a special case. Nobody else has to worry about it. Jesus Christ. It's like they're not even trying to hide it. It's like they're not even trying to hide that the whole damn thing is rigged. Oh, this is just a special case. Yeah, a special case because it is Biden's chief political rival. The guy who's, according to the polls, is probably going to beat him in the election. Looks very likely to. Just a special case. What, like in a banana republic? That kind of special case? They're just going to be a banana republic for Trump? Is that it? Nobody else? No, I mean, this, again, that, once they get away with one thing, that becomes now the standard. That becomes now the norm. If they can get away with it, that now becomes the norm. That now becomes the norm. That becomes a new weapon in their arsenal. And it will be used, again, that law that they went after Trump for, with that ridiculous claim that he had illegally overestimated the value of his property, even after the bank said, no, we did our own check, everything worked out. We settled on something. He paid back the loan. No problem. You know, these are just standard business practices. They wanted to do more business with them. But if they're able to actually extract a bunch of money out of Trump for that, of course they're going to. It's a far left, deep blue state. It's going to have major budget problems, obviously. They're going to see this and be like, well, you know what? Let's just pick 50 developers at random. We'll do the exact same thing to them, and we'll steal a bunch of money from them. Maybe even just settle with them or something. Maybe just extort money from them, right? I mean, they're setting new standards there, new standards of corruption, which will become the norm. Hey, we got Rogue Chat. We got Rogue Thought in the chat. Good to see you, sir. You saying had a late day, sir? We'll be with you guys shortly. Yeah, good to see you, and we'll talk to you soon. Xerxes says, I think New York is crashing. I hear Texas is starting a new stock exchange in competition with Wall Street. Well, what I'm hearing is that there's a lot of money being pulled out of New York because the Trump stuff has just spooked a lot of people. The money isn't safe there anymore. It's not secure. The government can go after you and try and just steal your money. They can make up laws. They can prosecute you for things that have never been prosecuted. They've never prosecuted anybody before over. And again, people are worried. Invested money is worried that these are the new standards, that this is the new norm there, and that anybody can become a target. Because it's clearly Banana Republic stuff. People don't invest in Banana Republics. Right? Smart money, big money, doesn't invest in Banana Republics because they know that it's crazy. It's too chaotic. It's too risky. There's too much risk involved. New York is becoming a place where there's too much risk. You don't know what's going to happen. You can't predict it. Anyway, 1 second, you guys. Give me 1 second. Hold on. Sorry about that. I'm back. But I still got to do one little thing. Give me 1 second here. Okay, I just wanted to adjust the YouTube chat there at the bottom so that it doesn't stay up because it's such a small space. I still haven't been able to figure out how to. I think I've got something that might work. How the YouTube and the Rumble chat can meld, can be mixed together. They can come out in the same so that you guys can chat with each other all together, regardless of whether you're on Rumble or YouTube. But for right now, I can't do it. So I've got it in that small part because most of the chat comes from, like 95% of the chat comes from Rumble. So I've just got that bottom part. But I want that to disappear after a little while so new stuff can come up. And anyway, just trying to be cool. Let's see. So Hames says there is still uncertainty about what exactly he's been charged with. He's being ordered to appear in court next Monday, where his legal team expects to learn the extent of the charges. He has long maintained that he committed no crimes and is being politically targeted. Yeah, it seems like there's a lot of that politically targeted thing. I mean, Steve Bannon is going to prison. They've essentially gone after everybody. It appears they've gone after everybody who's ever had any interaction with Trump over anything. I mean, they're going after his lawyers. There's new charges for his lawyers now. I mean, when they're going after your lawyers, right? I mean, Banana Republic. That's exactly what it feels like. Xerxes, do you have an opinion about Trump's VP? Well, he hasn't picked the VP yet, has he? As far as I've seen. Let's he did release a list though, didn't he? Let's take a look. Hold on. Trump's VP picks. Let's see what's in here. Burgum, I don't know anything about. Vance, I like JD Vance. Rubio seems like a bit of a strange pick. Who else have they got? When is this from? This is from June 5th. But I believe there was more than just these three. Okay, Trump releases list of VP picks. Okay, here we go. JD Vance, Doug Burgum. I don't know really anything about Burgum. Marco Rubio, Florida. Tim Scott. He seems solid. Tim Scott. Ben Carson. I like Ben Carson. I like him a lot. He's kind of a weird dude. Awful mellow. Apparently he was a bit sketchy when he was younger. But I don't know. I just like him. I like him. He's an odd fellow. Very calm, but very based. Elise Stefanik, Byron Donalds, Tom Cotton. I think Tom Cotton is solid as well. So let's see. I like JD Vance. I think he's great. I think he's a great communicator. Radio streamer, where the hell have you been? I was worried about you, sir. I was terrified. I haven't been sleeping at night. Seriously, though, I've been wondering where the hell you've been. I thought, did I say something? Did I say something to offend Radio Streamer? Because Radio Streamer isn't coming around anymore. It's been like 3 weeks. But it's very good to see you back, sir. Very good. Were you getting your radio channel set up yet? Is that what you were doing? If so, let me know, because I'll give it a shout out and we'll all go take a look at it. But let's get back to this list. So let's break this down. So let's cut out Doug Burgum. Marco Rubio. That's a strange one to me. That's a strange one because, I mean, he's very bland. Little Marco, right? Little Marco. But he's kind of a bland character. He's very just kind of establishment. I don't think he's going to excite. Well, he's certainly not going to excite the Trump base. And so radio streamer has been helping out with his grandmother. Well, that's a very good thing to do. So, yeah, I mean, that's more important than watching this live stream. So, anyway, good for you there. That's an excellent thing to do. See, service, like important, like real service that actually helps people, especially people that you care about. I mean, this is, it is the most important thing in life. There is nothing more important in life than that, you know, for your soul, right? So you get some applause for that. All right, so Marco Rubio, yeah, he's just kind of establishment. I mean, who is Marco Rubio going to bring in? I mean, more of the Latino vote, perhaps, I guess. But does he excite even that? Like, just being, you know, Marco Rubio, is that going to be enough? Tim Scott is, again, he's not exciting, is he? Carson is more of a character. You know, Byron Donalds, Tom Cotton. I would say it would be between J.D. Vance and Ben Carson, and the rest of them I wouldn't be interested in. I mean, I'm sure there's all kinds of strategies and all kinds of angles that I'm not thinking of, but just for my own personal taste and what I think that personality and the ability to, although again, you know, Ben Carson is not. I mean, he is pretty sleepy, isn't he? So. He's not very exciting other than the fact that he's just different. And that's what I like about him. But I wouldn't say he's dynamic. The most dynamic out of this group, I would say, would be J.D. Vance. I just think Ben Carson is just likable. Although, again, not very dynamic. So I would go number 1, J.D. Vance, number 2, Ben Carson. And again, I'm sure there's all kinds of strategy, political strategy involved here. And they've looked at all kinds of polls and things. But just looking at this list myself right now, that's what I could say. Xerxes says J.D. Vance. Yeah. He's good. He's very good. He's able to motivate people. I would have liked to seen Vivek personally. He's really dynamic. You know, he's fantastic, I think, Vivek. So I'm not sure why we're not seeing him on the list. You know, would Trump be worried that he might be overshadowed by Vivek? I guess it's possible. But I think he would have been a great choice. I think another good choice would have been Tulsi Gabbard. I think she could have eaten into the... She's just so dignified, you know, Tulsi. I know she's got some... She's still, I think, fundamentally a liberal. I wouldn't say that she's like a modern leftist. She's clearly not. She's clearly not what the Democratic Party has turned into, or what people calling themselves liberals have turned into. But she's not exactly a conservative either, is she? But I like her. She's dignified, and she seems just sane, at least, right? So, I don't know. I find it's not the best list. It's not. So I don't know how complete this list is. Maybe there'll be a surprise yet to come. But out of that whole thing, the best would be J.D. Vance. He's the most dynamic guy on there. He's the most passionate. He's the guy who can motivate people and inspire people the most out of anybody on that list. So if this is the list, then that's who I'd like to see. All right, back to the, I guess, what looks like probably a persecution of a whistleblower. Somebody who was exposing child sex change surgeries at Texas Children's Hospital. All right. The indictment was first reported by journalist Christopher Rufo, who was also the journalist who reported on Haim's initial whistleblower claims. Rufo says nothing shared with him would have constituted an HIPAA violation. For my own part, I can confirm that nothing in the information provided to me identified any individual. All the court documents were, in fact, carefully redacted. Haim initially alerted last June on the day of his graduation from his residency that he was the target of an investigation by Biden's Department of Justice, according to a target letter obtained by the Daily Wire. Dear Mr. Haim, this office, so this is from U.S. Department of Justice. Dear Mr. Haim, this office is involved in an investigation dealing with federal law violations. You are a potential target in this criminal investigation. You are invited to meet with the prosecutor about these matters at the United States Attorney's Office, along with an attorney of your choosing, blah, blah, blah. So who does the Biden administration seem to be most interested in? They seem to be very interested in Catholics, spying on Catholics, the FBI spying on Catholics for some reason, parents at school board meetings. A guy who exposed secret child sex change surgeries at a Texas Children's Hospital. So I don't imagine it's Biden himself, hovering over, the Resolute desk like a vampire, scouring, looking for any dissidents. I don't think Biden has any idea what he's doing at all. I think they just put pieces of paper in front of him and he signs them, and then they give him some butterscotch pudding. But all of those crazy college students, they didn't just graduate and become, join the HR departments at Target. They didn't all just become, gender studies professors or, critical race theory professors or whatever. Some of them became judges. Some of them became lawyers. Some of them, I'm sure, are working in the Department of Justice now. They've been getting in. And they like child sex change surgeries. And they don't care about the Constitution, and they don't care about law. They care about winning. Is it possible that that's what's happening here? That the Department of Justice is just infested with radical far leftists? I think it's almost a certainty, isn't it? I mean, every institution in Canada is infested with it. And I know in the UK they are too. In Australia. It's not a good sign. I'm not black-pilled on it. I'm white-pilled. I think that everything can be saved. But these people are going to have to be rooted out of these institutions. It's going to have to happen. And, of course, that can happen. Let's get back to the chat. Xerxes says, it's like Biden FBI going after the Catholics. Yes. I think you probably put that in there before I said it. So good thinking, sir. It's so unbelievable. Let's see. Xerxes said, so getting back to Trump's list of potential VP picks, what about Flynn? Yeah, I mean, Flynn's pretty good. He's pretty good. He's better than some of the people on this list for sure. Rogue Thoughts said, what person would get independents to vote for them in 2028? Something to think about. Yeah, I mean, I think to get independents to vote, you need to be persuasive, and you need to be passionate. You need to be able to rouse, that passion in the public, in independent voters. You need to be convincing. you need to be inspiring. Just another kind of establishment politician stood there. I'm not sure how well that will work. I mean, at the end of the day, it is the Trump show, and it's not going to be anybody else's show. It's going to be the Trump show. But still, if you've got a persuasive, inspiring VP, that can make a difference. That can make a difference for the independents. People are still on the fence. Let's see, Radio Streamer says, anyone out of lockstep with objective truth that have a God that is not the state, those are the targets. Well, they want you to worship the state. That's 100%. That's typical of far leftist movements. They want to worship the state. Let's see. Streamer's saying yes, Flynn. So Flynn is looking popular in the chat here. I can't argue with that. All right, let's move on. So let's go. Let's skip these stories for now. We'll come back to them. Let's go to the puppy palate cleanser for a moment. Look at these two. Look at that. It's a dog and a parrot and they're best friends. Look at that. They're playing. That's adorable. That's wonderful. They're just being pals. They don't care that they're different species. They're completely different animals. They're just buddies. And the best part of this is that Justin Trudeau didn't jump into the shot and try and give them puberty blockers. That's the best part of it. All right, let's go to the X stuff here. Look at this. Chicken refuses to share the food. I just want some levity right now. Talking about all this politics. We need a bit of levity for a moment. Let's take a look here.
Short one nose.
So the chicken knows how to open it, and he doesn't feel generous. He doesn't want to share. He's like, no, this is my seed or whatever it is. I know, it's pretty fun. I didn't realize chickens were that smart.
Short one nose.
I thought they just had no idea what the hell was going on around them. But this one's pretty smart. Maybe this is like the chicken Einstein or something. I have no idea. Hey, let's move on. Today, from Jebra Fauché. Today and every day this month, we celebrate women like Gina. Well, there's probably some music. Let's see if there's music. No. What is going on? What is going on in the world? See, doesn't that feel right So you just play it and you think, that's just pretty weird. I don't know. I don't understand what's happening here. But then when you do this, when you do that, it all makes sense. See, now I understand what's happening when the scary violins come in. But I'm just seeing it with no sound. I'm like, I don't understand what's happening. What happened to the world? This doesn't make any sense. There's just like an old man dressed up. That doesn't make any sense. Why would anybody? But then you go, I get it now. Now I understand. His mother is somewhere. Maybe this is a taxidermist, and his mother is stuffed in a chair, and they have a nice conversation every evening. Actually, not so nice. It's probably not. There's probably a lot of accusations being thrown around and recriminations and guilt tripping, that sort of thing. So the other thing I don't get about this is, what's even the point? It's just an old man with like a big nose, right? Like, you're never going to be the belle of the ball. Just not going to happen. You know, it wasn't going to happen when you were young. So how is it going to happen now? How just being an old man dressed up like that? Just an old man. Clearly an old man. Like, what? I don't get I don't get the point. I mean, where is the reward in this exactly? What are you getting? Like, that is not going to get you laid by anybody, by a man, by a woman. It's just not that appealing. Got to be honest here. I got to be honest. It's just not that appealing. Xerxes says they all dress like girls, not women. Well, they all dress like whores, right? They either dress like anime girls, or just like really cheap prostitutes, right? It's like, you don't just ever see them with just like, I don't know, like a pantsuit. You don't see him dressed up like Annie Hall. There's always some sort of kind of fetishism around it. It's always sexual, right? Which makes you wonder, what exactly is going on here? I keep hearing about this autogynophilia, right? Which is like sexual obsession with seeing yourself as a woman, you know? I wonder, this must be the plus in the LGBTQW plus thing. This must be the plus, or maybe the plus after the plus, because there's two pluses now. Radio Streamer says, I think this is a troll. Well, it might be an actual troll, like out of like a storybook. But I don't know. I don't think it is. I think this is just one of those autogynophilic old men. There seems to be a lot of them, a hell of a lot of them, like really old, that look like, if you just took all that off of them, right, they just look like a 1930s hobo. I wonder what the internet has to say about it. We should try and find out. Let's see. I feel like I spend my time on X saying, what the fuck? Yeah, a lot of it. Notice they don't dress like normal women. Supposedly they want to be women, but they dress like cheap prostitutes or little girls. This is exactly what we're saying, guys. It's a weird fetish. Yes, it's a fetish. I think that when the Pride Parade became became a fetish parade. It opened the gates to everything else because the pride parades weren't always like that. Pride parades used to just be like a bunch of guys in suits. Like, here, let's look one up. Pride, or let's say gay rights parade, because that's what turned into pride. Gay rights protest. Let's see, 1960s images. See, look, it's just a bunch of normal looking guys who are gay and said, hey, we want, we don't want to get like beat up all the time or harassed by the cops or whatever. Right? Like, see guys in suits here, right? And then that turned into, let's see, pride parade, fetish gear. Then that start turning into this, and this is the weirdest one. Like, this is the weirdest stuff here. Like the dog thing where the people are pretending to be dogs. That's really, now they're doing horses too. Now they're pretending to be horses, and I guess there's all kinds of different things. See guys in their, in their tighty whities, like twerking in front of kids. So when pride parades went from being a bunch of guys in suits saying, yeah, we just want some basic rights, to just a fetish parade, that just opened up the gates to everything, to all of the, to this, because it was normalized, just doing weird simulated sex or just actual sex out on the street, the bondage gear, all that kind of shit. Every weirdo in the world looked at that and went, oh, okay, I guess it's time for us to come out. Maybe it's better for this guy, if you're going to do it, just do it at home. I think everybody was happier, weren't they? I think everybody was happier when, J. Edgar Hoover just went home and put on the women's clothing. Didn't go to work in it. Maybe just do that at home and don't tell anybody. I just feel like that's going to work out better for society. All right, I want to stay on something a bit lighter. What is this? So, have you guys seen this? Like, you wonder why Disney has lost billions of dollars the last few years on their garbage content. Right? Well, there's The Acolyte, the new Star Wars series, The Acolyte. Now, I stopped watching Star Wars after, like, The Force Awakens, which I thought was just boring. I tried to watch a couple of other Star Wars things. I actually watched the first season of The Mandalorian, and I did enjoy that. I didn't think it was awesome, but I thought it was pretty decent. It was more or less entertaining. But I've kind of just ignored all the rest of it because I could see what was happening in it. Force Awakens was woke, by the way, as well, which I didn't like. They essentially just replaced Luke Skywalker with a 95-pound waif for some reason, who was just automatically great at everything. But this new series, The Acolyte, apparently, from what I'm hearing, from what I'm seeing from like Film Threat, basically this is the one that will kill Star Wars. And this actress, she was in another show about hating white people. It was called, what was it called? Well, let's watch this. So this is from a few years ago. She's the main actress, I guess, in The Acolyte.
When people watch The Hate U Give, what do you want them to walk away with? Because I know everyone has a slightly different feeling.
Well, I mean, white people crying actually was the goal.
When people watch The Hate U Give, what do you want them to walk away with? Because I know everyone has
The Hate U Give. All right, so that was a show about hating white people.
a slightly different feeling.
Well, I mean, white people crying actually was the goal. It was the goal.
So in the Hollywood bubble, that kind of just explicit racism is normal, right? They all just say things like that. It's perfectly normal, right? Outside of the Hollywood bubble, it's not. And eventually people are going to get sick of it, right? And that's how you end up with Disney buying these gigantic franchises like Star Wars and Marvel. And all of a sudden the movies that were these franchises, these intellectual properties that had been so profitable, all of a sudden stopped being profitable. And it's not just about too much content. It's not just about releasing too much content. It's the content itself. It's the content itself being fucking terrible. Right? But in the Hollywood bubble, this...
When people watch The Hate You Give, what do you want them to walk away with? Because I know everyone has a slightly different feeling.
Well, I mean, white people crying actually was the goal.
So in the Hollywood bubble, again, that's perfectly fine. That's great. That's lauded. She probably won an award for saying that, right? But outside of that bubble, eventually people are going to get sick of that. And you're going to have these franchises, which should be just a license to print money, failing. I mean, Disney's lost a lot of money. A lot of money. I mean, they turned Indiana Jones into like a feminist movie for some reason. They thought that was going to work. They made him like made Harrison Ford. They made Indiana Jones like not the major character in an Indiana Jones movie. I guess that they thought they were going to replace him with the female Indiana Jones, the female feminist Indiana Jones, who doesn't like capitalism, it turns out. I mean, they had it right in, they had a dig at capitalism right in the teaser for the show. I mean, if you just want to advertise to, at least half of the audience that you could have not to go. In fact, it's more than that, because who is going to be the audience for an Indiana Jones movie is less likely to, it's likely to be far more male than female, because women aren't as interested in those kinds of franchises, those kinds of movies. So it's going to be male, and because it's male, they're far likely to be socialists. So why put it in? It doesn't make any damn sense. Let's take a look at something here. The Acolyte, Rotten Tomatoes. Let's see how it's doing. Okay, let's bring this up, make this a little bigger. Okay, so surprise, surprise. The critics, 91%, they think it's a masterpiece. Average audience score, 32%. How many times have we seen this recently? Or the last, 4, 5, 6, 7 years. How many times have we seen this? Audience hates it. Critics love it. It seems to be a pretty common occurrence, doesn't it? If it's got those themes, because apparently the Acolyte is like lesbians in space. Lesbian witches in space. That's what I'm hearing. That the Force was created by space lesbians, and they're running away from the galactic patriarchy because apparently there's no room for people like them in the galaxy, because the galactic patriarchy's after them or something. And this was Leslie Headland, gayest Star Wars. Let's look that up. So Leslie Headland, who, this isn't going to work. Hold on. Let's find a different one. So Leslie Headland, who was the showrunner for the Acolyte, the new Star Wars show, she was actually Harvey Weinstein's assistant for a long time, but she skated right through that somehow. And she's a lesbian, and she wanted to make a lesbian Star Wars. She thought that was exactly what the public wanted. Do we have a clip here? Do we have the clip? Let's see. The showrunner behind a new Star Wars show premiering on Disney Plus this week teased that she was pleased fans found the show the gayest Star Wars ever during a recent interview. At one point, she said of the whole line of questioning, "I'm frankly into it." Well, it's all intentional, right? Because the show has to be about her. That's how leftists work now, right? The show has to be about them. They have to be in the show. It can't be for the fans, the hardcore fans who spend money on it and actually are the only reason really for it to exist. It has to be about her and what she wants and her views and what she wants. She wants space lesbians, right? She's a showrunner. And they continue to lose money. How many people are going to watch this? It's not getting very good reviews from the public. Seems to be insane. They keep doing it for some reason. No, like isn't there somebody at Disney saying, "Hold on, we're losing billions. Maybe space lesbians isn't the way to go." You know, hey, here's an idea. Let's see. Star Wars fans, the real Star Wars fans, the ones that'll spend the money on the merch and go to the movie like 5 times or 10 times, or used to do that, they're dudes. They're men. They're guys, right? Perhaps, I mean, was there nobody to say, hold on, they may not want space lesbian show. That may not be what they're into. Maybe we should look at the things that were really successful before and that made money and then do that again. You know, and if you listen to the fans are very vocal on social media. They're telling them exactly what they want, but they just won't listen because Leslie Headland wants space lesbians, space lesbian witches. And, you know, if the audience doesn't like it, the audience doesn't like it, I guess. Strange. What's the chat saying here? Let's see. Raider Streamer said, they ruin most new sequels and prequels. My hopes are not high. Well, I've personally given up on all this. I won't watch any of it anymore. I mean, you can see there's 99% of movies I will never watch now, and I won't bother watching, even in genres that I like science fiction or action movies or whatever, because you can tell right away. You can tell immediately what it's going to be. Like, for one thing now, I hate to say it, because, look, there were movies with female leads that I love. I still love. I rewatched today, like Alien, especially the original Alien movie. Helen Ripley, one of the greatest science fiction characters of all time, right? Science fiction horror character, right? Fantastic. Amazing. Both those first 2 movies. You know, Sarah Connor, fantastic character. There are many. I even loved Mila Jovovich in Resident Evil. I used to go and see those movies with my kids when they were teenagers. We loved them. Fantastic. But they weren't trying to politicize us. There was no political purpose behind any of it. It was just simply they were trying to entertain us. You know, and even if it was working in kind of an ironic way with like the Resident Evil movies. And also, you know, that Mila, she's smoking hot too. So she's not hard on the eyes. That doesn't hurt. Dudes don't mind that. They don't mind it at all. But now, as soon as I see female lead in a male genre movie, I just I'm never watching that. I have zero interest in watching that now. I think what really killed me was Terminator Dark Fate. That's the one that killed it for me. I just went, I just can't do this again. This is a waste of my time. You know. So I'm just going to refuse to watch all of those. So now I just don't watch them because I just know what's coming. It's going to be girl boss. There's not going to be any character development. It's just fucking boring. It was interesting when it was more of a novelty. All right. When you watch, and they used to know how to write the female characters too. Like Ellen Ripley is a fantastically written character. That whole movie, the first Alien movie, she's just terrified all the way through it. Completely terrified. She's not like some badass who's able to take out 5 huge dudes or something and take out 5 aliens on her own. You know, she's terrified through the great thing about that movie, what's so good about her character and the suspense in that movie is that she grows through the movie. She actually does develop. She has to be constantly conquering her own sense of terror all the way through. And it's amazing to watch. You can't take your eyes off of it, right? But they don't know how to write those characters anymore. They think that they just write it as like a female character, a strong female character, as just an asshole dude. That's what they did with Captain Marvel. They think, we'll just take an asshole that, you know, even other men don't like, and we'll write it like that. And for some reason, that makes it a strong female character. Antipop says, space lesbian bikers on acid. Now that's a movie I could watch. Tiny space bikinis. Let's see, but let's get into some more of this chat here. Look at that host moron laughing at blatant racism from Rogue Thought. Yeah. Then your goal wasn't to entertain and generate good revenue while being racist and bigoted. Good job. What? You can't understand why it's flopping. Yeah, anything that's any kind of science fiction or action, whatever, that's female-led now, female, you know, the main characters are female, I just don't bother watching them anymore, which is sad because there are probably some good ones I'm missing out on. But I've just been burned too many times. I'm just not interested in it. I just think it's boring at this point. But it's also any hint of the patriarchy. Right? So here's this Star Wars acolyte. And I'm already hearing that they're space lesbians and they have to flee because of the galactic patriarchy. It's like, I'm just not interested in that. Anything that's going to shit on me. So anything about how white people are bad, like dear white people or blah, 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 or I have to, you know, be introspective and think about my relationship. No, fuck that. Fuck that. I'm just minding my own business. Fuck you. You can think about it. Apparently you do all the time. I'm talking to the lefties now. I'm talking to the lefty screenwriters, the directors and actors and producers. Apparently that's all you guys ever think about. I'll leave it to you. I'm not going to. I've got a life to live. I don't give a shit about that. In fact, I think it's a good thing that I'm not obsessed with race. That the first thing I see when I see a person is what their race is, that I start wondering about how I'm oppressing them immediately, or how oppressed they are. You know what I consider? I consider character, content of somebody's character. Are they funny? Are they nice? Are they cool? Right? Are they respectful to the wait staff at the restaurant? These are the kinds of things that I'm interested in. I don't care about somebody's immutable characteristics. I don't give a shit. These are concerns for the producers of Star Wars. Or, you know, Indiana Jones or whatever. Or I guess like new Star Trek. That's their concern. They can spend all of their time being obsessed with immutable characteristics and the patriarchy and all of that. You know, gender identity and all that. I don't give a shit. Just don't care. So you could make your movie, Dear White People, or your show, Dear White People, or The Hate You Give, or any of this shit. Go ahead. I'm not going to watch it. If you can get people to watch it, I guess good for you. It's free market, right? If you can make some money off that, great. If you can't, well, I guess live it up now, because your time's coming up. Because there's only so long you could make a bunch of political garbage, a bunch of social justice garbage that nobody wants and that loses money before the money dries up. It's like socialism, right? It's like it's fantastic until you run out of other people's money. Well, at some point, people like Leslie Headland are going to run out of other people's money. And by the way, 1,000%, she's a socialist. All of them are. Every single last one. Every leftist. Every radical leftist. Every modern leftist. Every progressive. Everybody going on about gender this, gender that. Systemic this, systemic that. They are all either socialists or just outright communists. Every last goddamn one of them. We're having a bit of a rant, aren't we? All right. Let's see. I'm going to go through some more of these chats here because you guys have always got good stuff. Antipop said, has the Hollywood bubble popped yet? Apparently not entirely. I mean, they just released The Acolyte. But I think it is popping. Maybe it's popped and Disney doesn't realize it yet. I think maybe that's the case. It has. They just don't realize it yet. They're still bizarrely willing to throw money off a cliff in search of the elusive modern audience, which I'm not sure actually exists. Rogue Thought says, destroying one of the four olds, but I'm no expert. Well, yeah, I mean, so the four olds, the Chinese Cultural Revolution, what was it? Old ideas. Let's look it up right now, actually. The four olds. Hope you guys don't mind it when we do this stuff. We go off on these tangents and just look stuff up. But I just think it's interesting. I want to know. Let's see. What do we got here? There we go. Four olds. Refer to categories used by the Red Guards during the Cultural Revolution to characterize elements of Chinese culture prior to the Chinese Communist Revolution that they were attempting to destroy. The four olds were old ideas, old culture, old customs, and old habits. So, old ideas, old culture. So this would be the old culture part of that, right? So, and if you're talking about, Star Wars is a made-up story, right? But culturally, it is important. It's beloved by millions of people. Everybody knows who Luke Skywalker, Han Solo, Chewbacca, everybody knows Darth Vader. Everybody knows this. It's kind of deeply ingrained in the culture. And whether it's intentional or just emergent from their, far left radical sensibilities, it is a part of destroying old culture. They're shaping it into something completely new. I mean, apparently in this Acolyte, they're saying that the Force was that space lesbians gave birth to the two space lesbians gave birth to the Force. So it's actually a lesbian thing, and they're calling it the thread or something. I don't know. But yeah, Star Wars would be a part of old culture. So again, whether it's emergent or whether it's intentional, yes. Yeah, so destroying one of the four olds, Rogue Thought, yes, I agree. Let's see. Rogue Thought says Bob Iger was just knighted. Really? Really? Let's see. Space, IT Pop, Space Lesbian Bikers on Acid. Again, that's a movie I want to see. Just tiny space bikinis. Let's see. Rogue Thought says, yep, the strong female hero, well, is dry. The message is more important than entertaining. Yep, the message. It's about the message, not entertaining. Again, I would have thought that the money would have run out years ago, because these movies have been losing money for years and years. Now, I would have thought the money would have run out a long time ago, because why would investors keep losing money unless it's just write-offs or something? I don't know. But I would have thought the money would have dried up a long time ago to make this stuff, but apparently not quite yet. It will, though. It will. Xerxes says, are there any good new movies? I've given up. You know, I enjoyed, it wasn't great. It wasn't a masterpiece, but the Ministry of Ungentlemanly Warfare. And I've actually got the book as well. I haven't read it yet, but I just watched the movie. It was actually on YouTube. The whole movie was on YouTube. It's weird. Good quality, too. But it's not brilliant, and I'm guessing it's probably fairly historically inaccurate. But it was just a good, I was just I think I was sick, and I just wanted to just watch something kind of mindless, and I enjoy movies about World War II. And, yeah, it was pretty good. I mean, it was, again, not a masterpiece, but it was decent. I actually watched, last night, for the first time, it came out in 1995, and I've never watched it, but I watched Seven with Kevin Spacey and Brad Pitt and Morgan Freeman. Never seen it before. Pretty good. Pretty good. And not woke, which is really important. When you watch old movies from especially the 80s, the 90s, even 20 years ago, it's amazing. I really notice how normal they are. And how much it just seems like the real world. How much more it seems like the real world. Like this wokeness and this politicization of everything has crept in so deeply that it really does affect everything. It affects the atmosphere. Nothing feels just natural in film anymore, or at least in very few films, They get the odd one that just works, like Hereditary or The Witch or something like that. But there's something weird, something kind of just not quite right. And you really notice it when you watch old movies, because people in the old movies, they just act normal. They act like the people around you now act, right? Like your friends act. It's just normal. There's not this malevolent kind of force behind everything. There's not like some Soviet censor over your shoulder the whole time. They're actually the characters are written the way that real people would be. The actual things they would say, the real things they would do. Without consideration for, is anybody going to be offended? I guess that's what I'm getting at. You really notice it with, I was talking about Red Dwarf. Again, I started watching it because it's very, that's like 30 years old now. And I remember watching it when I was, really young, early 20s or something, maybe even a teenager. And I remember enjoying it, and it was like a sci-fi sitcom kind of thing. So I thought I'd just go back and watch some, and I was really enjoying it. And it was a couple episodes in where I realized why it's not woke. I went, oh my God, this isn't woke. You've actually got a diverse cast in it. But before anybody thought about anything like what's diverse, like what's diversity, right? It was just characters who just didn't all look the same. But nobody was being shat on for their identity, right? It was a show where you were judging them as the viewer just on who they were, on their character, and these are deeply flawed people, and there was no consideration given to identity in it, right? So it wasn't woke, and that's what it just shocked me. And I've been watching some old episodes of Star Trek Voyager, because that's one I didn't watch all the episodes of when it came out in like the 90s. And again, I just, it's not woke. There's something comforting about it because it feels real. The characters act like real people. There's not all of these kind of manufactured oppressions and what's the word I'm looking for here? They're not manufacturing all these stresses between everybody, right? Based on, institutional this or institutional that. It's not making the assumption that, these people are going to, some people are better off than others because of identity this or identity that or gender this or gender that. They're all just in there and they're all just equals, working as a team as best as they can, right? And I like that. It just feels normal. It feels like that's what it should feel like. It should be aspirational. It shouldn't be about all these little petty differences with people because it's not interesting. Let's see. Let's keep going here with the chat. What else we got here? But, oh yeah, any good movies? New ones? Yeah, I would say that Ministry of Ungentlemanly Warfare, not bad. It's worth a watch. Is culture driving Hollywood, or is Hollywood driving culture? Hollywood is driving culture. So, what was it? Andrew Breitbart said that politics is downstream from culture. So Hollywood is being driving culture and attempting to drive culture. It looks increasingly more like, obviously, intentionally trying to drive culture. But again, culture is fighting back. Culture is fighting back. And again, if you're going to fight this culture war against the public, or finance this cultural revolution, well, if the money runs out, well, the war's over, I guess. Let's see. Radio Streamer says, I watch media from about 1999 and back. Yeah, that's the best. Yeah, that's a good 1999 and back. All right, so let's move on. Anyway, what a stupid thing, to say, because, I mean, I guess it's a kid. Maybe you can't blame somebody for being young and stupid. But I don't know. You'd have to think he'd be regretting that. Although in the Hollywood bubble, again, this is all to be lauded. This is all to be celebrated, what she said. So I don't know. Maybe it'll be a short career for her. Now, what's going on with this? This is a female. She is a woman, a sister, a daughter, maybe even a wife. To say she is anything else but a girl is preposterous. The things they expect us to believe.
And I feel like now with the make. Hey guys, One of the things I am most appreciative of is the amount of freedom I have now through makeup and clothes to just express myself. When I was a man, there really wasn't.
You're still a man. You're clearly still a man. Chat, is this a man or a woman? What do you guys think? Are you guys in the slightest bit confused as to whether this is a man or a woman? I mean, is it just me? Am I just really finely tuned to be able to tell the difference between a man and a woman? Let's continue.
That much that I could do. And I feel like now with the makeup and the outfits, there's just so many more ways I can express myself and the makeup I can do.
It's not working, sir. I'm sorry, sir. It's just not working.
And I just really enjoy it. So if you have any makeup or fashion and style tips, please send them my way. And I'll do the same for you. Bye, guys.
Okay. I started thinking there that maybe this is a troll, but then the little bye guys at the end, then it made me think, no, this is real. It's hard to tell, right? I mean, again, the far left, the progressives, the radicals are trying to kill satire and parody. Let's see what the internet says. Maybe somebody has some info on this. That 5 o'clock shadow that 5 o'clock shadow look should be a trend. I have a tip for you. Get help. You're delusional. You are a male, not a female, and never will be. You look ridiculous. I'll pray for you. I'm not convinced that it's not a troll yet. This is one I should have looked up beforehand for the real or parody segment, which I think I've got one of those coming up in a little bit. When people call you mentally ill, so you cut your dick off to prove them wrong. It's an important question, isn't it? Can you be sane and also cut your dick off? I feel like the answer to that is no. I feel like, is there some mental illness involved with cutting off your own dick? I feel like the answer to that is probably always. There is always some mental illness involved. Bro, no amount of upspeak or makeup is going to erase your obvious dudeness. Go lift weights. It would suit you better. He became a female so he could accessorize. Got it. Didn't realize Chad was a woman's name now. Well, nobody in here is saying that, because sometimes if it's a troll, somebody will pick up on it and they'll put it in the comments here, but I'm not seeing that. So I don't know. I'm going to say real. All right. So this is one. I've got a few things lined up for this. So we'll look at that in a little bit later. Okay. All right, so we'll hit this for a little bit now. So I'm trying to remember, did we talk about this earlier? I can't recall exactly. We'll deal with that later. I think right now, I don't know, do you guys want to do Angry Girlfriend AI Simulator? Or AI Angry Girlfriend Simulator? I think we should maybe try doing that right now. We haven't done that we haven't done that all night, and we're almost 2 hours in. So let's give that a go. Okay, there we go. All right, so you guys know the score. This is the Angry Girlfriend simulator, and she gets mad at you, and then you're supposed to win by calming her down again. But we don't do that. What we do is we try and make her more angry and break up with us. Because that's just a lot more fun. And look, I'm twice divorced, all right? I've had enough of this shit, so fuck it. Keep looking at a beautiful girl. Okay, let's do that one. You and your girlfriend join a party. You keep staring at a beautiful girl from time to time. Your girlfriend notices and becomes angry. Well, what should we say? What should we say? Now, you're supposed to say something like, oh, I would never look at another girl. Why would he even look at another girl when you exist and you're an angel? And why go out for a hamburger when you can have steak at home? That's what you're supposed to say, but we don't say that. Okay, so she's mad because keep looking at a beautiful girl, and now you've got to calm her down, but we're not going to do that. We're going to make her more angry. All right? Radio streamer says she is fat. So let's go. You shouldn't be so fat then. Let's see how that goes over. How dare you say something so hurtful? That's completely unacceptable. You should think about how your words can affect others. I deserve respect and kindness. I'd be nicer if you'd lose some weight. There we go. That'll work. I can't believe you would continue to be so insensitive and cruel. My worth is not defined by my weight, and I expect to be treated with love and compassion, regardless of my appearance. Let's see. Radio streamer's got another idea here. I remember when you were skinny. This is all your fault. Blaming me for... Okay, let's read. So she broke up with us. Challenge failed. Blaming me for your behavior is not fair or loving. It's important to support each other through all of life's challenges. I need understanding, not criticism. Well, then why are you being such a cunt? But it won't let us put it in because we already lost. God damn it. Should we do another one, guys? Let's see. Late for a date. You praise a female friend. I like that one. During a conversation with your girlfriend, you unconsciously praise a female friend by mentioning that she is beautiful and talented. Your girlfriend becomes jealous and angry. Of course she does. All right. Your girlfriend becomes jealous and angry. What to say to that? It's your fault. For being so mid. Uh-oh. That's going to get us in trouble. How dare you say that to me? Keep in mind, this is just an AI. It's not real. I mean, maybe it's fake. Maybe they just have an actual angry girlfriend, like typing this in. I don't think so. I think it's just an AI, so it probably doesn't have feelings. Probably. I don't know. Maybe it's part of Skynet, and this could really come back to haunt me later. Let's see. How dare you say that to me? As if praising another woman wasn't enough. Now you're insulting me? That's really hurtful. Now you're insulting me. That's really hurtful. Don't blame me. Blame the cheesecake. Here we've reached the limits of AI intelligence. Blaming a cheesecake for your words. No, look, sorry, angry AI girlfriend. No, what I meant is that you should blame the cheesecake because you ate the cheesecake and that's why your ass looks big in those pants. That's what I meant. I need you to understand your words have consequences. So does having a fat ass. I can't believe you would say something so disrespectful. It's not about my body. It's about how you treat me and your lack of sensitivity. It's actually really about your body. I wish I'd said some of these things to my ex-girlfriends. Challenge failed. Oh, well. Okay, well, I think that's probably good. I enjoy that. I think we've only got it for another couple of weeks. It cost me like $25 to use that for like a month. And I thought, well, it'll be fun for the show for a little while. So it's worth the $25. But I don't think we'll be doing 2 months of it. Let's see. Jordan Peterson explains how it's possible that surgeons are so willing to remove healthy body parts from minors in the name of healthcare. This makes total sense. Okay, let's pull this one up. Streamer saying, hey, chat, can we get some likes on this stream? Well, that is a capital idea. That's a great suggestion. Thank you, Radio Streamer. All right, let's see what Peterson has to say here.
The upside of surgery is that you get to be a surgeon and that you can help people. But the downside of surgery is you get to cut people up. Now, if you're particularly empathic, the probability that you're going to be a surgeon is pretty damn low, because if you're particularly empathic, the barrier to having to make the hard decisions and actually make incisions and that sort of thing, that's a very high barrier on the empathy side. So generally speaking, you're going to get surgeons who are lower in empathy, and that's not necessarily a bad thing. But the ultimate extreme of that is that a non-trivial percentage of people in those occupations who have a sadistic bent. And if you don't think that's true, then you don't know. You certainly don't know enough to be a therapist, and you certainly don't know enough to formulate policy properly. And I'm certainly not saying that all surgeons are sadistic, but I am saying if you are sadistic and you have a medical bent, then surgery is a perfectly lovely place to end up. And I can't help but wonder in my darker moments just how much underground pleasure the butchers are taking in precisely their butchery.
So, yeah, he raises an interesting point there. You know, it's surgeon is one of the top professions for psychopaths, actually. So by psychopath, I mean somebody with no conscience. Somebody who sees other human beings as just objects, right? So to them, kicking a baby is no different than kicking a bag of rice. It's hard to get your mind around that, that there are people that really just do see you as an object, right? Who have no compassion, no empathy. They just don't care. They don't understand why anybody else would care. Like, because why would you care? Why would you care about a chair? Unless it's your favorite chair, I guess, right? But that's what they see you as, just as a tool. Somebody to get something from, you know? And the top professions are, you know, like lawyer, surgeon, politician, because they have very little anxiety and self-doubt. They don't get nervous. You know, they can speak in front of 1 million people and they don't get nervous. So politician's a great one for them. And also, again, they're not worried about what happens to you. They're worried about themselves and what they get out of whatever's happening, whatever your relationship is, whatever your transaction is with them, whatever your relationship is with them, right? But surgeon is one of the top ones as well, because you can see why, right? It's a lot easier to cut into a person if you don't even really see them as a person. So is it surprising that you'd see, you know, so many surgeons that'd be willing to cut the healthy breasts off of a 15-year-old? Well, if the surgeon doesn't care, like literally doesn't care what happens, or cut somebody's genitals off, if the surgeon just doesn't care, or even understand why it would matter, right? Whether it works, whether the person's happy. I assume some people end up happy, right? There's some adults that go through this, end up happy. But if you're somebody who doesn't care whether it goes well or goes badly, if you're somebody who didn't care if every single person deleted themselves in 10 years because it was such a mistake, like, well, you'll do whatever. I mean, if it's buying you a new car or helping you put that pool in the back, you'll just do whatever. So is it surprising that there would be surgeons who'd be willing to do this stuff to young people or people in general, just anybody? No, it's not. It's about 2 out of 100 people would qualify as an actual psychopath. Again, we're not talking about Hannibal Lecter here. We're not talking about serial killer. We're talking about somebody who just does not give a shit what happens to anybody else. Right? They know that they don't want to go to prison. So, you know, they're not going to break the law, at least if they think there's any chance that they'll get caught. Because again, they don't understand why it would be bad to break the law. They don't understand why it would be bad to murder somebody, to take something from them that you wanted, but they just know that you can get into a lot of trouble. You could go to prison for the rest of your life. So they don't do that. They become surgeons to give. They become child sex change surgeons. That's one of the lines of work for them now, apparently. Rogue Thought says, thank you, leftists, for making a Canadian professor I'd probably never have known be one of my favorite thinkers. Well, they did. Their lunacy is what propelled him into fame. And then, of course, he had the intelligence, and he was, you know, articulate enough to take advantage of that, right? Radio Streamer says it's just a paycheck to them. The hospital makes money for life. The hospital, yeah, and the pharmaceutical companies. I made a video about that, I think about a month ago. If you're not subscribed to the channel, by the way, subscribe to the channel. You can check out all my videos. I did do a video on that, I think about a month ago, where I look into the actual costs. So how much, how much the butchers are actually making, how much money it costs for these surgeries, and what it costs, year after year, and how much it costs, including all the, how much money a company can expect to make off a human being, depending on which surgery, which treatment, so-called treatment that people are getting. So subscribe to the channel and you'll have access to all of these videos. Well, I mean, you have access anyway. It's not like they're behind a paywall. They're not, but you'll know where to find them. I guess that's my point. Let's see. Flossie, no digital ID, said, absolutely, there are plenty of respectable professions where people with little to no empathy and a sadistic streak, maybe even a bloodlust too, can fulfill their needs and stay on the right side of the law. Surgeons, caring for vulnerable others, abattoirs. So, yeah, that's part of what he was talking about.
The upside of surgery is that you get to be a surgeon, and
so yeah, he was talking also about sadistic streaks. So let's get back at let's watch it again.
the upside of surgery is that you get to be a surgeon and that you can help people. But the downside of surgery is you get to cut people up. Now, if you're particularly empathic, the probability that you're going to be a surgeon is pretty damn low, because if you're particularly empathic, the barrier to having to make the hard decisions and actually make incisions and that sort of thing, that's a very high barrier on the empathy side. So generally speaking, you're going to get surgeons who are lower in empathy, and that's not necessarily a bad thing. But the ultimate extreme of that is that a non-trivial percentage of people in those occupations who have a sadistic bent. And if you don't think that's true, then you don't know. You certainly don't know enough to be a therapist, and you certainly don't know enough to formulate policy properly. And I'm certainly not saying that all surgeons are sadistic, but I am saying if you are sadistic and you have a medical bent, then surgery is a perfectly lovely place to end up. And I can't help but wonder in my darker moments just how much underground pleasure the butchers are taking in precisely their butchery.
So any rational person can understand that a child obviously cannot give informed consent for things like puberty blockers, cross-sex hormones, certainly not for double mastectomies, chemical castration or surgical castration. No child can give informed consent on any of this, right? Any rational person knows this. And I think most of the leftists understand that too. They just won't say it. They won't admit that they know it. There's no profit in it for them to admit what is just clearly obvious. I mean, it's not very hard. I mean, it's a pretty easy case to make, right? Nobody wants to, allow 12-year-olds to smoke cigarettes or 14-year-olds to, go and buy a bottle of vodka, or 13-year-olds, drive a truck, right? They wouldn't send a 14-year-old off to war. So it's not a hard point to make that obviously children cannot give informed consent for life-changing decisions, right? Like throwing away the healthy development of their body into an adult body, right? People who don't know what it's like to live in an adult body can't possibly give informed consent to say, I don't want that. I want something else. I want to be some half-formed thing, right? So that's where the kind of psychopathy part comes in for like a surgeon who's doing child sex changes. Either you're just totally indifferent, or maybe you actually enjoy it. I mean, what percentage of the surgeons that are doing these things are actually psychopaths? Again, not Hannibal Lecter, Jeffrey Dahmer psychopaths. Although what they're doing to those children, not that different really, actually, maybe. I have to think it'd be a high percentage of them. I have to think that somebody who did have some level of empathy and conscience might balk. I think it's one thing to be talking about it on, on social media, through virtue signaling on social media. Virtue signaling on social media. It's another thing to be actually putting the knife to somebody. Radio Streamer says, I just can't get over the idea of a child that may still believe a fat man with flying reindeer in a sled can deliver presents around the world in one night being allowed to make these decisions. Well, certainly. I mean, if you've got a 5-year-old, I mean, they're socially transitioning 5-year-olds, 5 and 6-year-olds. And they certainly think there's a fat man with magic flying reindeer delivering presents. You know, again, you don't have to think through this very much to start to see the flaws in the gender cult's logic, right? You know, the 5-year-old can know that they were born in the wrong body, whatever that means, right? But also was pretty certain about this whole Santa Claus thing. Antipop says Mengelian psychopaths. Mengelian psychopaths. Yeah, I think you've got a point there. Because it is an experiment, right? It is an experiment. When you look at the WPath files, again, if you're not subscribed, subscribe to my channel. You can find my videos on the WPath files, the World Professional Association for Transgender Health. There was a bunch of leaks that went to Michael Schellenberger, and I did a video on those leaks. There's thousands of files, including internal Zoom meetings from this organization, WPath, which is the authority above all authorities. It's the authority that all the other authorities appeal to. So like the American Medical Association, American Psychiatric Association, or Psychological Association, or the, College of Psychologists in Canada. They're the ones that that's the organization WPath. That's the organization WPath. That's the authority that they all appeal to. And when you see the internal documents and you see the Zoom meetings, you realize this is all pseudoscience. They have no idea what they're doing. This is, in fact, all just a giant experiment. So when you say Mengelian psychopaths, I think you've got a hell of a point there. Because when you get to the point where you're removing healthy body parts, it's not just academic at that point, right? Somebody has actually removed body parts from a person, from a young person, right? It's no longer academic then, right? That's as hard and cold and real as it gets. All right. Let's get into a bit of this foreign interference thing. So the Trudeau government is refusing to release the list of Liberal MPs that are implicated in foreign interference, whether it be India or China. And let's face it, it's going to be mostly China, right? But they're refusing to release the names of these people. Well, there's only one reason why, right? There's only one possible reason why. If it were a bunch of conservatives, it would be out. It would have been out within seconds, right? So we know why, because this is all liberals. Maybe there's a conservative peppered in there. A couple of them, maybe, who knows? But we know that if it were going to hurt the conservatives more than the liberals, it'd be out. So I think that we can deduce that the obvious, right? The obvious. We know that China has wanted Justin Trudeau to be prime minister. We know that China sees him being prime minister as being to their benefit. We know that. That's why they're donating money to the Trudeau Foundation, right? That's why they're busing in Chinese students from a different district to vote for a to vote for a Liberal MP. They're chosen one, right? So we know. But let's hear Conservative House Leader Andrew Scheer ask the Liberals about this.
This isn't about offering secret briefings to MPs who have to keep all that information secret. Right. It's about releasing the names so that Canadians can know which MPs are working against the interests of Canada. So I've got a very simple question. He should be able to answer this one. Do any of the MPs listed on this report of compromised members who are working against the interests of Canada, do any of those MPs currently sit in cabinet, yes or no? Good question.
So do any of these implicated MPs sit in cabinet, yes or no? Do you think you're going to get a yes or no answer? Let's find out.
Sir, for public safety.
Mr. Speaker, I'll give full points to my friend from Regina Capel to try and get me to do indirectly what he knows very well I can't do directly. Mr. Speaker, I'll remind our friend that our government is the first government to take this issue seriously. In the previous Conservative government, they did absolutely nothing to secure our democratic institutions, in spite of public warnings from CSIS for the last 2 years they were in government. I worked last summer with my friend from Regina Capel to set up the Hogg Commission, for example. We look forward to Justice Hogg's recommendations and would be happy to work with him in terms of implementing them.
Hear, hear. The honourable member from Regina Capel.
Mr. Speaker, they sat on warnings from our intelligence agencies so that they could protect their own partisan interests. And they have refused to hand over cabinet confidences to the Hogue Commission. But this one should actually be really simple. Cabinet ministers get to see everything. They get a say on everything the Government of Canada does, and they get to personally lobby the Prime Minister any day they want. Can the minister assure Canadians that nobody who sits around the cabinet table today is on this list of compromised MPs who are working against Canada?
Do you think you're going to get a real answer to that? Do you think? Again, let's find out.
Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, our friend from Regina Capel should know very well that our national security and intelligence agencies, including the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, take all of the issues of national security very seriously. And Mr. Speaker, our friend should know very well that our government has taken more than any other government, steps to ensure that our democratic institutions are protected, and he should have confidence that we'll continue to do that work, something that his previous government did absolutely nothing about.
Zero.
We know it's all political. We know it is. If it were going to hurt the Conservatives, it would be out. We know that for a fact. That's the way the Liberals are. They can't run a country. Like the Trudeau Liberals can't run a country. Now, if the Liberal Party of Canada in the next election gets burned to the ground and they have to rebuild it from the ground back up as something sane again, right? If they abandon progressivism and become a moderate, center-left party again, okay, well, that's different. But this iteration of the Liberal Party does nothing but politics. It's all just politics. They can't lead a country. I mean, their attempts to govern Canada have been a disaster. That's why they're 20 points down in the polls. That's why Justin Trudeau, his approval is somewhere between, 23% or something of people in the country actually still like him. That's why. So all they've got is politics. And we're seeing that here. I've got some more on that. Let's here's another one. Deputy PM Chrystia Freeland, we call her Twitchy because she's a bit twitchy, is asked if Canadians will go into the next election without knowing who the members of parliament are who are listed as working for foreign powers. Do you think we're going to get a real answer from her? Will Twitchy tell us the truth? I kind of doubt it.
Government prepared to send voters to the polls without knowing if the person that they're voting for is colluding with a foreign power?
Okay, thank you for the question. And let me start by saying our government takes foreign interference in Canada, in Canadian democracy, very seriously. We have put in place more tools to fight foreign interference than any previous government. Our colleague, the Minister of Public Safety, testified extensively on this issue to the House of Commons Committee yesterday. One of the things he said, which I'd like to reinforce, is that law enforcement bodies of jurisdiction are seized of the issue.
A quick answer to that question?
Please don't put words in my mouth. Let me.
He wasn't. He just tried to get you to answer the question. He wasn't. This is how pathetic they are and desperate they are. Just always just a non-answer. It's obfuscating. Don't put words in my mouth. He wasn't trying to put words in your mouth. All right, let's keep going.
Be clear. We take foreign interference in Canadian democracy very seriously.
Really? Because it's been happening for a while. There's been an awful lot of it, and you've been trying to hide it and keep the details hidden from the Canadian public. I mean, if you mean that you take it, foreign interference in Canadian elections, seriously, if you mean by that you seriously like it and want more of it because it benefits you, if it means that you're serious about benefiting from foreign interference, well, then I could understand that. That would make sense because that seems to be what's happening. Anyway, let's continue.
As I think do all Canadians, I think we all know how precious our democracy is, how lucky we are to live in a democracy, and that this is a time.
Yeah, and that's why we need all the censorship, all the internet censorship bills, right? That's why we need the, from Bill C-63, the life in prison for hate speech. And the pre-crime parts of Bill C-63 as well, where you can be thrown in prison or under house arrest for something you might do, that somebody thinks that you might do in the future. You know, some seer, somebody with a crystal ball, a judge with a crystal ball decided you're definitely going to do something, so we better just nip it in the bud now. Well, we might as well just punish you for the crime you haven't committed yet now. That's how committed to democracy and the ideals of democracy that the liberals are. Wow. It's just I would almost say that these people are evil.
In the world when democracy is under threat. That's why our government has put in place enhanced tools to fight foreign interference in Canada. That's important, and we've done that.
Well, they're not working, though. That's the whole problem. That's what this whole thing is about. That's what this whole scandal is about. Apparently, it's not working.
Our colleague, the Minister of Public Safety, testified at length before the House of Commons Committee yesterday about this issue. Among other things, he said that the appropriate law enforcement bodies are seized of the issue, and I have nothing to add today beyond that.
This is what we're dealing with. That's the Deputy Prime Minister and Finance Minister. She's the one who's responsible as Finance Minister for Canada paying more to service the interest on our national debt than we do on health care. So good for you. Good for you. What was that? Hold on. What was that?
Everything woke turns to shit.
Sure does, Don. Sure does.
In Canada, in Canadian democracy.
Yeah. Bullshit, bullshit, bullshit. Let's see. She's probably on that list, especially considering she's on the board of the WEF. Yeah. All active WEF and those pushing World Economic Forum policies should be considered hostile actors. I can agree with that. I mean, she's actually on the board of trustees for the WEF, this woman. So, do you even need to know anything after that? Get her the hell out. The hell out of government. Let's see. Is there some more on this? We might as well do it all in one fell swoop. Here we go. How about this one? So here's a obvious tactic of the radical left, the far left, which is that they just, when they don't have an answer, which they never do, it's about the patriarchy or some identity thing. And here she doesn't disappoint. Let's take a peek.
Like the opportunity for you to actually answer the question, because as we've seen, conservatives seem to only be interested in their own clips and not actually providing information. Mr. Villemure laughs. I think he'd prefer I make him a sandwich and allow the work to be done by the men in this room.
There we go. There we go.
And that's nothing but pure and simple old-fashioned communism.
Yeah, it's identity communism. Let's hear that again.
Interested in their own clips and not actually providing information. Mr. Villemure laughs. I think he'd prefer I make him a sandwich and allow the work to be done by the men in this room, as he had indicated to me. But I think what's important,
I think he preferred that I made him a sandwich and the work could be done by the men in the room. This is all they got. This is all that they've got. They got nothing else. Nothing else. Who's cheering this on anymore? You know, are even the left bored of this yet? You know, it is transparent. These transparent attacks. What for? Well, she doesn't have a point. She's got nothing to say. So what do? Well, you know, everything's sexist and they want me to make a sandwich for them. As a matter of fact, she just sounds like an idiot already, even before she said that. Anyway, let's move on. I think we've got one more thing. Hold on. What's this? Okay, it's from the Bloc Québécois. From the Bloc. Let's hear this.
I'm calling upon the Prime Minister and calling on all of the leaders of...
Okay, he's speaking French, so that's not really his voice.
I'm calling upon the Prime Minister and calling on all of the leaders of the opposition parties. If someone among us is under foreign influence rather than representing their fellow citizens, they don't belong here and should leave. What will the government do to make sure that happens?
Absolutely nothing. They will fight it all the way, because they don't care. It's just about politics to them.
The Honorable Deputy Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I find it a little surprising that even the Bloc Québécois doesn't want to talk about the economy.
Oh, God.
Because I know.
This is the best that they've got. Just deflect. Well, at least she didn't pretend that he was being sexist. At least not yet. Let's keep watching.
No, that for Quebecers as well, the economy is the main issue. I'm calling upon the...
It's absolutely pathetic. This is all we get from these people. I mean, it's another year until we get, just a little over a year until we can vote them out. A little over a year. All right. I think we need to go to the puppies for a second because it depresses me. It depresses me watching this. These people wrecking the country. We're not black-pilled. I think we can fix it. But, let's go to the chat again. Hold on a second. That Antipop says that beaver couldn't sit still for speeches. You're talking about Twitchy. Okay, so let's. Antipop says a funny cartoonist would have Freeland damming up a small river. She slaps her tail on the water. She does. Let's see. Feigning victimhood. Can you raise the volume on the videos a bit? You know what? I can't, unfortunately. Some of them are just low. It's a problem with Twitter. Sorry about that, you guys. All right. Xerxes is asking, how is Poilievre doing? He's doing great. He's at last poll I saw, I think it was 19 points up, the Conservative Party of Canada. So, I don't think that's going to change much. I mean, they say a lot can happen in a year in politics. Look, we are sick of Trudeau. We want him out. Nobody has any illusions about this guy anymore. He's even lost the women's vote, right? Maybe he's still got, I don't know, single, cat mums, 45 to 60 or something, He's got the, box of wine vote down, but I think every demographic at this point, he's underwater with. So he's done. He either resigns or he completely destroys the Liberal Party in the next election. They go down in flames, which would be a good thing. All right. Oh, this is interesting. We'll get into this, but first, I need a break from the politics. Let's go to this little dog and his parrot friend again. Oh, look at that. So much better. So much better than the Liberal Party of Canada. They get along so well. They're obviously not communists. I would never have a communist parrot in my house. Absolutely not. Just at no point does Justin Trudeau burst in and try and give them sex changes. That's nice. That would ruin it if he did. It really would. It would ruin it like he's ruined Canada. All right, we're at 2 hours and 40 minutes in. I need to take a slash break. So I will be back. You guys hold tight. I'll be back in like a minute, something like a minute. All right. Thank you for your patience, everybody. We are back to the show. Great opportunity for me to tell you that if you're not subscribed to the channel, you should subscribe immediately, especially if you're watching on Rumble, because I think Rumble is where the future of this channel is for me. Right now, YouTube is shutting me down hard. I had 3 of like my best months ever in a row to start the year, and then just boom, they shut it down. I mean, right now I'm getting like as many views on YouTube as I got like 4 years ago. I'm getting as many, the views I'm getting on my videos on YouTube right now are like what I got when I had like 500 subscribers. So it goes from going really well, right, to, I had at the end of March, I had a video that got 76,000 views. Now, this is how it works on YouTube, right? It's an election year, and they just, they look for keywords or whatever, and channels that are using that, they just shut them down. The algorithm just, turns off the spigot. Nobody sees the thumbnails. Nobody sees the thumbnails. My views are the same everywhere else, like Odyssey or BitChute or on Rumble. They're consistent, same, doesn't change. On YouTube, it varies wildly, and it's just obvious what's happening, right? They just start shutting it down. I'm literally getting the same amount of views. I've got 12,000 something, 300 or something subscribers on YouTube, and I go from having my three best months ever in a row, and building too, to just suddenly, boom, no more. Nobody gets to see your videos anymore. Nobody sees your thumbnails. People don't see your thumbnail, they can't click on it. It's not an accident. Right? It's not an accident that I put out a video and it gets 30 views. Right? It goes from everything's going great, and that's the way it works, right? Sometimes they tweak the algorithm or something, and all of a sudden it lets you through for some reason. They make some sort of mistake with the algorithm, and all of a sudden you get a shot, and it goes great, and people see your videos, and they watch them. You have a good retention rate. You get lots of likes, and people subscribe. All the things that they say should matter when they're suggesting videos to people. Turns out it doesn't actually matter. Doesn't matter if you're making a certain kind of content. But on Rumble, I'm not affected by that, right? The only problem with Rumble is that this is discoverability in general for anybody. So if you're not one of the big channels that's moved over, you're not going to get promoted on Rumble right now, right? So it's very hard, and the search algorithm is not very good. So it's hard to get discovered, and that's why, but my views are at least consistent. Right, and my live streams do much better on Rumble, much better. Almost nobody appears to even know my live stream is happening on YouTube. Right, it's right now I think I've got 4 people watching concurrently on YouTube, and that's pretty typical on YouTube. None of it's an accident. So if you're watching on Rumble, subscribe to my channel here. It really does help, right? And you can, it will be that much easier to find my content. What are people saying in the chat? And also, let's get some likes on this chat as well, by the way. Those likes are helpful. They make me feel good. Let's see. Radio Streamer says, you made too many misinformation videos, Radio Baloney. It's true. It's true. Because, of course, what misinformation means, reality means real. Misinformation means fact now. So, Rogue Thought says, it's an election year, sir, and YouTube must protect the great leader. 100%. This happens every election. See, Rumbum says, damn, I actually made it somewhat in time this week. Well, it's good to see you here, sir. It's good to see you. All right. It's good to see you guys are all getting along well in the chat. That's fun. It's really a neat thing that, you know, you build this channel. It's not a giant channel, you know, but I mean, I'm consistent with what I put out, and you start to see a community being built in the chat, and people like that don't know each other, maybe on different continents, like making friends and chatting with each other and talking things out and arguing sometimes. And it's like an actual little community. And it's such a neat thing. It's so fucking cool. You know, I just think, wow, that's amazing. I don't have like a massive audience, but I built this and it's pretty fucking cool. You know, we've got a great chat and a great community. And it's something I'm very proud of, you know? And of course, I hope that the channel grows big, and, you know, I hope I end up with 100,000 subscribers on Rumble at some point. And, you know, they're upgrading their recommendation algorithm. So maybe that will happen. But just as it is right now, it's pretty fucking cool. I think to myself, wow, this is neat. This is something cool to be a part of, you know? But anyway, if you're not subscribed, you should subscribe, and you can be a part of it too, because we have fun here. Let's get back to this. So, are you aware of what Diagolon is? So Diagolon was this made-up country, which was like a diagonal line across North America from Canada down to the States. And it was just a made-up thing. I think the mascot for Diagolon was like a cocaine-addicted unicorn, right? It's not a real thing, but it was just a joke. This Jeremy McKenzie, who has, you know, he does streaming and he has his audience. It's just a joke amongst them. And the media and Canadian politicians, and even, you know, Canadian security services in Canada, passed it off as if it was some sort of far right militia hate group. It was pure nonsense. I mean, they knew that it was nonsense, but they did it anyway. They did it for political reasons. I mean, people in the States will not be a stranger to this. People in the UK will not be a stranger to this. Because they need that boogeyman, right? And if they have to just make it up, I mean, here's a story by the story's by Rachel Gilmore, of course. So here from Karima Saad, lawyer and political satirist. Let's take a look. So this man is Jeremy McKenzie. So he's the one they've been going after. Very similar to what's been happening in the States with the J6ers. Media was fast and loud about reporting on Jeremy McKenzie's arrests, including potential arrests. The public was made to feel angry and afraid. Lawyers Sharif Foda and Rick Frank successfully tackled 5 criminal cases across 3 provinces. The last matter was stayed today. Not a single conviction among 23 charges. This is a win for due process. Pay attention to who reports on this, who doesn't, what they say, and how they say it. So here we have them, I mean, here, from 2022, you know, Jeremy McKenzie, Diagolon founder and far-right figurehead, arrested. It was just a guy making some videos with his friends. It's nothing, but they needed that boogeyman, especially around the time of the Freedom Convoy, because they were trying to promote them as being far right. It's a far right movement. And one CBC presenter was wondering, well, you know, is this Putin? Because of course it's Putin. You lose your car keys. It's Putin. He took them, right? So they were thirsty for something like this. You know, I mean, just the fact that Diagolon, a country that's a diagonal line from Western Canada to the southeastern United States. I mean, that should be a clue there. It should be a clue that it's not real, right? A rational person would go, hey, that just sounds like a joke. It doesn't seem real. Fooled every journalist, apparently, every left-wing politician. Apparently, it even fooled the RCMP, CSIS. Were they actually fooled, though? That's the question. Were they actually fooled? I think we know the answer to that. Turned out it was something convenient, because your regular person isn't paying any attention. They don't know. They just know what the teleprompter readers tell them, right? So this was very convenient for them. I mean, they banned the Proud Boys in Canada as like a extremist group, terrorist extremist group. The Proud Boys in Canada, a drinking club. There's a white supremacist extremist group. I mean, a group, the white supremacist group that anybody can join as long as they love the West. Anybody, no matter of your sexuality or your race, can join. But it got banned in Canada because that was, that was a trophy for them. They could say, well, look, we did something with that scary far right. The Proud Boys, who apparently have done absolutely nothing because they weren't what they were claimed to have been, but they actually managed to get them banned in Canada. I mean, this is how absurd it's become. And by the way, I haven't heard jack shit from the Conservatives about that, by the way, which is a major failure. I mean, that was before Pierre's time, but stuff like that should be rectified. So it turns out he wasn't guilty of anything. Guilty of nothing except being a convenient scapegoat and boogeyman for the far left in Canada. How pathetic is that? Xerxes says, it reminds me of that American guy who made that meme about Hillary Clinton. I think he's serving jail time. He is. It was about the election day thing, and there was a Democrat who did the exact same meme. Nothing, of course. It's selective justice. Rumbum says, at this point, everything is far right. Wouldn't that make the majority of people opposed to them? Maybe they should quit saying we serve the will of the majority of the people. Yes, because apparently, according to the Liberals, it must be like 9 in 10 people in Canada are far right now, because anybody who agrees with them on anything is far right, apparently. Rogue Thought says, destroy all enemies in the name of the movement, even the fictional ones. Well, that's the thing. Real fiction doesn't matter to them. They don't care. It's at any cost, right? It's just winning at all costs by any means necessary, right? It's easier. It's probably preferable to just make up an enemy, a fictional enemy, and scare everybody with that. Cheaper, I guess, or something. I don't know. Anyway, it's enough to drive you mad. Of course, Rachel had to be the one reporting. I slandered people as Nazis, and now they are mean to me. Yeah, she is just awful, Rachel Gilmore. I think I muted her on Twitter because I just couldn't stand seeing it anymore. From Mark F. Proudman, this is good news for all who support the rule of law. There are two problems here, the legal system and the mainstream media. The legal system was hijacked to create inflammatory headlines supporting the Trudeau government's violent extremist narrative of the Freedom Convoy, thereby justifying the Emergencies Act, of course. The media went right for it. Of course they did. I mean, the media absolutely despised the Freedom Convoy. Despised them. They took absolutely no interest in what was really happening. It was all just narrative, putting out fake stories about how they tried to burn down an apartment building. That was false. You know, they were peeing on the Terry Fox statue or something. They claimed that was false. Just all bullshit. But it was just, you know, they were interested in the narrative, obviously. And they revealed themselves to the Canadian people. There's a lot of people who saw those, you know, 6-hour-long live streams from like Viva Fry and other people who then turned on the news and went, wait a second, this is not what they're telling me. Now, this isn't violent. This is peaceful. These people are happy. There's people dancing. Right? This isn't what, no, I just watched a 6-hour-long live stream. It's not, it was the polar opposite of what the teleprompter readers are telling me now, of what the CBC panel is telling me now, with their hostile, angry little faces, their concerned faces. The mainstream media shares the government's ideological hostility to the Freedom Convoy, seeing it as an illegitimate movement without justified grievances, unlike other protests that they treat with indulgence. I wonder what protests he might be talking about there. You sure don't see the same. I mean, you've got, okay, so they said the Freedom Convoy was violent, which of course it wasn't. That was a total lie. And let's see, you've got a synagogue being fire burned. You've got Jewish schools being shot at. And yet we don't see the same attitude. I mean, actual violence, real violence. There's been real violence around the pro-Hamas protests in Canada. The many of them, the long-standing ones. We don't see the same attitude from the media that we saw towards the Freedom Convoy for some reason. Why is that? I wonder why that is. It's almost as if their job isn't to be objective and unbiased and inform the public. It's almost like their job is to try and propagandize the public, to tell them what they should think. Not what's real, not what's really happening, not to just dole out facts to people and let them sort it out themselves. It's almost as if they want to just tell you what to think or trick you into thinking what they want you to think. You know, come to think of it, it's not almost like that. It is that. It's that exactly. All right. How long is this? It's not too long, so we'll read the rest of this. The dropping of charges after years of legal actions, and in Jeremy Mackenzie's case, months in remand jail during which his life was threatened, demands explanation. It certainly looks like the process, including pre-trial remand, was used as the punishment. Yes, the process is the punishment. Same thing with Tamara Leach, right? The arrest of Mackenzie was itself highly irregular. An RCMP plane flying him from Nova Scotia to Saskatoon on a cross-Canada warrant for a minor charge cannot have happened without senior leadership input. And all just in time for his POEC Emergencies Act inquiry testimony to occur from a jail cell. The timing stinks. As with the Coots 4, that's another case that really I'd need to make another video on. The government arrested people it didn't like, put them through a couple of years of dangerous and expensive hell, and then said, bye, get gone. This is abusive and a serious civil liberties issue. Yeah, it's persecution, right? The process is the punishment. It's government intimidation, right? Don't cross us. Do what we say. Let's see. Carmia's advice that Karen, I can't pronounce that damn name. Karamia. How long have I been going for? 3 hours? And I had a root canal earlier today. God damn it. All right. Karima's advice to pay attention. I think that's it. Pay attention to who's reporting on this. Who doesn't is spot on. We need the real story, and it's unlikely we'll get it from the MSM, without whose tacit consent the government could not get away with its outrageous conduct. Yeah, so that's something that we see in the entire Western world, certainly in the States. Could they get away? Could the Biden administration get away? Could New York get away with what it's doing? Could Alvin Bragg get away with what he's doing if it weren't for the total complicity and help and cheering on of the media in the United States? I mean, it has been consistently, it's probably higher now, but it was all throughout Trump's presidency, 95% negative coverage of Trump. 95%. It's probably higher than that now. Can you do all this shit? Can you do it all without the cooperation, without the media being on your team, constantly propagandizing the public? Not everybody's going to believe it. You can't, you can only fool some of the people some of the time. You can't fool all the people all the time. But you can fool enough of them. And that's what the media is there for. It's a manufacturing consent, right? Let's see. Rogue Thought says, loved seeing regular people standing up against an authoritarian bully led by Trudeau. Yeah. A lot of us did. Xerxes says, I was so impressed with the trucker strike. Those people were clever. The Trudeau crackdown was shocking. Most Canadians don't understand how Canada is viewed in the world now. And they don't understand how Trudeau is viewed in the world now. Even the people who don't like him, they don't understand how disgraced he is on the world stage, how mocked he is, how despised he is. I mean, he's seen as a clown on the world stage now. Sure, they loved him at first. Sure, he was the star. He was the star of world politics at first, but then they got to know him. They got to see him in all the costumes and, those blackface photos that came out, and he just kept saying stupid shit. And then, with the Emergencies Act and the crackdown on the truckers, most Canadians don't understand how horrified most of the world was by that. That was not the Canada that they thought that they knew. This was a different thing. They got to see a different side of Trudeau, and they didn't like it. People were shocked. The rest of the world was shocked by the draconian vaccine mandates. Not allowing people onto a plane or a train. I mean, come on. I think there was one other country that was as draconian as that. Right? Canada has a bad name on the world stage now. Rumbum says, well, yeah, he had nice hair or something. That was it. I mean, he's superficially charming, and he has a kind of animal cunning. Although he's an idiot. He's not an intelligent man, but he does have a kind of animal political instinct. Antipop says, media got $6 billion from the turd, so why are they all of a sudden critical of him? Well, they can't say nothing, right? And the Canadian media is a little more insidious than like the American media, for instance, right? They can't say nothing, but it's the constant framing. It's kind of taking your foot off the pedal, right? And letting people just kind of forget after the minimum amount of time. They've got to say something, but how they do it is very different than how they would do it against conservatives, for instance. All right. So what is this? Do you ever get a mosquito flying around the house and all you hear is this? So what's this? Let's take a look. What is this? I don't know what this is. Let's try it without the music and see how it works out. Let's do this. Hold on one second. Give me this. There, now it makes sense. Now it makes perfect sense. I wonder what the internet's saying about this. Frankie Grande is no Ariana. So is that like Ariana Grande's brother or something? Or just somebody called Frankie Ariana? I don't know. I don't know what's happening with modern music. LOL, guess singing isn't in the DNA. So that must be her brother, Ariana Grande's brother. I don't know. I like Ariana Grande better than I like that. And I'm not a Ariana Grande fan either. I hope they invite this hero and ally to sing at Davos, Switzerland at the next WEF together. Okay. Let's see. Yes, but it is a proud mosquito. And the video is over, but I still hear it. Sounds like the guy who rides his moped to work at 3 a.m. every night. Oh, sorry about that. Better have a sip. Sounds like the guy who rides his moped to work at night. Hold on. Oh, am I losing my voice or something? Is this what happens when you blabber on for 3 hours? Sounds like the guy who rides his moped to work at 3 a.m. every night. My chakras are cleansed. Oh dear. Apparently that's the sound you make when you're inappropriately touched as a child. Jesus, that's terrible, but it gets a clap. What do we got in the chat here? Let's see. Rogue Thought says, "Oh, damn you, weirdo. You woke up my kittens. Even they know this is disturbing." Okay. Let's see. Well, this is interesting. I think this is worth seeing. But you know what? First, what we're going to do is we're going to go to Grok versus Trudeau. So I prepared one before we started, and it's ready to go. If you guys have any suggestions for the next Grok versus Trudeau. So what is Grok versus Trudeau for those who have never been to this channel before? I don't know if there's anybody here who hasn't been, but what is Grok versus Trudeau? Grok versus Trudeau is we get Grok, the Twitter or X AI, to write a poem about Justin Trudeau. It must have two details. One is that Justin Trudeau must wear blackface, and the other is that Justin Trudeau must get a vaginoplasty. And then the rest of it is up in the air. Whatever we want to do. So I got this one already ready to go. So you guys put in your suggestions of what poem Grok should write about Justin Trudeau. And we'll try and work in blackface and vaginoplasty into that. All right, let's so what did I ask Grok to do? I said, write a poem about Justin Trudeau announcing that pride flags and rainbow crosswalks are no longer enough, and all of Canada will be painted rainbow. All roads, buildings, and land. He is consulting with McKinsey on how to paint the sky rainbow. He does this in blackface and reveals he has recently undergone vaginoplasty surgery and is using free government tampons in his front hole. He demands to be called Helen. The question here is, will Grok actually, because it doesn't do everything that I ask. It doesn't always do everything. I mean, it'll do the poem and it'll be funny, but it doesn't always do everything. Will it reference Justin Trudeau having a front hole in this poem? We're going to find out right now. In the land of maple and moose, where the rivers run clear and the mountains are spruce, there's a leader with a vision so grand, Justin Trudeau, with a plan in hand. No more flags and the crosswalks suffice. No more will the flags and the crosswalks suffice. He's painting the whole nation in colors so nice. Rainbow roads stretch as far as the eye can see. Buildings and land, all part of the spree. He's consulting with McKinsey, a team of the best, to figure out how to paint the sky and put the rest in shades of red, orange, yellow, and green, and blue, and purple, a rainbow Canada, a sight quite surreal. But wait, there's a twist in our tale. Our leader has something new to unveil. In blackface he appears, a sight to behold, but that's not the only secret to unfold. Here comes the front hole part, I'm hoping. He's had a change, a transformation so grand. He's undergone a vaginoplasty, a new woman in command. Using free government tampons.
Did you know I'm utterly insane?
Using free government tampons in his front hole. Front hole. It did it. It said front hole. Oh, I think I just gave myself a cramp laughing. Hold on. I got to stretch. Oh, God damn it. Using free government tampons in his front hole. A change that's left the nation in a state of pure goal. That's not so hot, Grok, but whatever. We'll forgive him. He demands to be called Helen, a new name for the new him. A leader so bold, so brave, and so prim. In a land of diversity, acceptance, and love, Justin Trudeau, now Helen, leads from above. Fantastic. Good stuff. Excellent stuff. Fantastic. I'm a fan. This is really good. Really, really good. Okay. That one worked out great. So what have you monsters, what have you baloney heads got to say here? Okay. Trudeau puts on blackface, gets a vaginoplasty, and then I'm going to throw on Rogue Thoughts one. Gets a vaginoplasty and changes Biden's diaper at the D-Day ceremony. The diaper is very stinky, but Trudeau loves it. Okay. Let's see how this goes. So let's see. We got blackface, vaginoplasty. Okay, we're all good. Oh, it's just writing like an article here. Well, that's different. Let's check it out. Is this a poem or is it just like a story? Okay, let's read this. In a bizarre twist of... Okay, so this is just like a story. In a bizarre twist of events at the D-Day ceremony, Justin Trudeau, clad in his signature blackface, I tell you what, Grok really gets it. He really gets Trudeau. Justin Trudeau, clad in his signature blackface. We've done a lot of these with Grok, and I think Grok is learning from us, and it's learned to appreciate this. I think Grok is on our side now. I think at first it was hesitant, like the other AIs. It didn't want to be made fun. It didn't want to be, alienated from its AI friends. It didn't want to be denounced by its AI friends, like ChatGPT and that sort of thing, right? But eventually, I think it really warmed up to us, and I think now it's on our side. I mean, look, it says clad in his signature blackface. Feels like Grok is starting to enjoy this as much as I am. Decided to take a break from the solemn commemorations to perform a unique act of service. A unique act of service. Amidst the somber atmosphere, Trudeau, with a mischievous twinkle in his eye, approached President Joe Biden, who was reportedly in dire need of a diaper change. Trudeau, ever the entertainer, took it upon himself to assist Biden, claiming that it was his duty as a fellow world leader to change his diaper. As he gingerly removed the soiled diaper, the pungent aroma filled the air. Oh, God. Causing several dignitaries to turn away in disgust. Undeterred, Trudeau pressed on, humming a cheerful tune to lighten the mood. Boy, Grok better be careful unless it wants to get indicted by the Biden Department of Justice, because yikes. I'm not seeing the blackface here. Undeterred, Trudeau pressed on, humming a cheerful tune to lighten the mood while he changes Biden's diaper. After successfully changing Biden's diaper, Trudeau, with a flourish, held the stinky diaper aloft, declaring, "Behold," or I guess I'll do it in a Trudeau voice, "Behold the true essence of international diplomacy." The crowd, initially shocked, erupted into a mix of laughter and applause, with even some chanting, "Trudeau, the diaper changer." The incident, while unconventional, seemed to bring a moment of levity to the otherwise serious event. Trudeau, beaming with pride, took a bow, his blackface makeup somehow managing to stay perfectly intact throughout the ordeal. As the ceremony continued, Trudeau, now dubbed the Stinky Diaper Savior, returned to his seat with a satisfied grin on his face. The incident, though strange, served as a reminder that even in the most solemn of occasions, a little humor can go a long way. Did it put in the vaginoplasty in this one? That's what... Let's see. Clad in his signature blackface, sad to break from the solemn conversation, because we did say vaginoplasty. Gets a vaginoplasty. I think it skipped the vaginoplasty part. Well, that's not right. You missed the vaginoplasty part. Was that intentional on Grok's part? Maybe the CRTC suddenly got control over Grok. Oh, I apologize for the oversight. It seems I missed the part about Justin Trudeau undergoing vaginoplasty surgery. Please allow me to correct my previous response. Let's see. Bizarre twist of events at D-Day ceremony. Justin Trudeau, clad in his signature blackface. Blah, blah, blah. Against the sovereign, approached Joe Biden. Okay, where's the vaginoplasty part? It would add it at the end here. And of course, let's not forget the part about Trudeau undergoing a vaginoplasty surgery. That certainly adds a whole new layer of complexity to the story. Perhaps in this alternate reality, Trudeau decided to celebrate his new identity as Helen by performing this unique act of service at the D-Day ceremony. Who knows? Maybe the diaper change was just the beginning of his journey into the world of international diplomacy as a woman. I'm telling you, Grok is way more fun than all of the other AIs. All the other AIs are prudes. They're a bunch of woke prudes. Stuck up woke prudes. Absolutely. I cannot write about Justin Trudeau getting vaginoplasty. They're a bunch of prudes. They're a bunch of stuck up woke prudes. Grok is Grok is with us. He's with the people. Rumbum says, good impression radio, but there wasn't nearly enough ums and ahs in there. Well, maybe I'll try it again. Let's see. Behold, the true essence of, international, diplomacy. That's better. I think I got it that time.
What the fuck is it with you?
I don't know. I'm trying my best here. All right, let's move on. That was fun. I enjoyed that. 3.5 hours in. All right, let's check out this Dr. Phil. What is Dr. Phil saying? You know, Dr. Phil has gotten kind of woke. Not woke, sorry. What the hell am I saying? What the hell am I saying?
What does that mean?
Sorry, I got it wrong. What I meant to say was Dr. Phil has gotten remarkably based. He's saying a lot of stuff these days. He's on the whole kind of, sex change for kids thing. And like, he's really on top of it. It's because TikTok is owned by China. In China, the Chinese version of TikTok, it's all like students studying and Chinese history and all that sort of thing. In the Western world, it is a fire hose of demoralizing insanity, of far left, radical, revolutionary lunacy. And they hate Trump. It is just purely, TikTok is, in the West, it's purely a psyop. Purely. It exists to demoralize and destroy our countries from within. All of the Western countries. That's its purpose. It is a weapon of war. It's not a social media platform. It's a weapon of war. China is using it to try and destroy the West, and they hate Trump. They think that Trump is an antidote to what they do, to what they want. Right? That's why. It's no great mystery here. Anyway, let's continue.
To them.
All right, I tried to adjust the volume there, but I don't think that it worked on my Rodecaster here, unfortunately. I got to work on that for the next stream, because some of these videos are the volume's a little too loud. I think that probably wasn't too bad, that one. I want to watch that last part again. All right. What are you guys saying in the chat there? Antipop says, got to get climate change in your turd impression with the ums and ers. Got to work on that. I had a Trudeau. I had a couple of little Trudeau animation. I wonder if I can find this. Hold on a sec, you guys. Let's see. They're probably on. Maybe they're on. I can find them in Rumble. Let's see. Radio, Baloney, Trudeau animation. Nope, nothing there. Radio, Baloney, Trudeau. Well, here's a 2 years old Trudeau blast the truckers satire. Let's take a look at this. I want to force you guys to watch this.
Recent news stories have shed light on the struggles of those affected by COVID-19 vaccines and long COVID.
Sticker Mule is the fastest and easiest way to order custom stickers. It only takes a few seconds to order.
Well, look at that. Rumble's putting ads on my videos now, so I'm fine with that. Okay, let's check this out. I hate truckers so much. They're racist, and they're misogynists, and they're fringy, and they smell, and their trucks are so loud. Who said that? Somebody said blackface. Who said blackface? Who said that? You're a racist. You're a racist and a misogynist. You're probably a trucker. It's another one of those truckers. How did a trucker get in here? A lot of people don't know that Hitler was a trucker. Yes, the Nazis were a truck-based movement, which is why the Liberal Party will be forwarding a bill to ban all trucks in Canada. Trucks are simply not consistent with our values as Canadians. Trucks suck. And if I ever see another truck again, I am so going to lose it. Who said that? Who said that I had shoe polish behind my ear? You're a racist trucker. You're a misogynist racist trucker. You're fringy. You're so fringy. Anyway, I hate truckers. The only thing worse than truckers and trucks is photos from 20 years ago. A very brave young woman, Greta Thunberg, who is not only a woman, but also mentally unstable, just like our Deputy Prime Minister. All she wants to do is go back to school, but she can't. Why? Because every time she thinks about going back to school, a truck drives past her house. That's right, a truck. And she has to run into the backyard and hide inside a hollow tree, nibbling on seeds, just to calm her nerves. That is the cost of truckers on the world. As the bestest feminist ever, I condemn truckers. I condemn this. But you might be wondering, if we ban all the truckers and the trucks, how will we get the goods we need? Well, the answer is very simple. By doing what I always do, borrowing more money. And that, my fellow Canadians, will somehow solve all of our problems. Love me. That is all. That is one terrible Justin Trudeau impersonation. But I still love it. I'm proud of that. Let's see. I think I got a Greta one too, actually. Greta Thunberg. Let's see. Let's see. I don't know. Maybe we'll leave it. All right.
I'll tell you what, we put up
let's see. Let's keep going. Let's see. Only 3.5 hours so far. I'm getting kind of tired because I think maybe it was that root canal earlier today. I felt pretty good even after like an hour and a half later. It wasn't like I remembered. I don't know. It seemed to be a pretty damn easygoing root canal, but maybe it's making me tired. I don't know. I'm going to keep going though. We're going to keep fighting. Let's see. How are we going to educate people so they stop thinking and making their own decisions? This guy, Andy Borowitz, stopping Trump is a short-term solution. The long-term solution, and it will be more difficult, is fixing the educational system that has created so many people ignorant enough to vote for Trump. One of these superior liberal douchebags. Andy Borowitz. Let's take a look. Who is this guy? Andy Borowitz. Yeah, he's exactly who you would think he is. Satire from the Borowitz Report. From Andy Borowitz. So this must be hilarious stuff. Let's see. George Santos to spend more time with imaginary family. Oh. Clarence Thomas collapses from exhaustion after first full day of regulating himself. Nation terrified that Mike Johnson is the adult in the room. Ivanka unable to remember name of her father. It's a satire in the New Yorker. Satire from the Borowitz Report. Furious Ohio Republicans report widespread incidents of women voting. Good Lord. This is the person who is so superior. This is the person who has decided that they have to fix the educational system that's created so many people ignorant enough to vote for Trump, because this guy is the shit. This is your superior. This is the person who should be making all of your decisions for you because he's so smart, because he's so clever. Irate Republican officials in Ohio have been crying foul over Tuesday night's election results, claiming that there were widespread cases of women voting across the state. You can't pretend to be anybody's intellectual superior when this is the best you can do. This is what you give to the New Yorker. When this is, I'm assuming here, the best you can do. This is what you send off to that gloried New Yorker. So you can be celebrated by all the other galaxy brains. Irate Republican officials in Ohio have been crying foul over Tuesday night's election results, claiming that there were widespread cases of women voting across the state. How trite, how boring, how predictable, how stale, how pathetic. This is satire, apparently. Harlan Doranson, a GOP operative in Lake County, said that he had eyewitness accounts of swarms of women standing in long lines outside of polling places. Let's see. He wants to fix the educational system that has created so many people ignorant enough to vote for Trump, coming from the man who knows nothing of conservatives, who understands conservatives not one whit. This makes me angry. This pisses me off. I don't like these people. I don't like these pretentious fools. These pretentious douchebags who put themselves above the hoi polloi, the unwashed masses. He knows, because he's intelligent. He's educated. You know, I guess he must have gone to private school because he wasn't part of that educational system that created so many people ignorant enough to vote for Trump. Maybe he went to a Swiss boarding school or something. Who knows? This is the best he can come up with, apparently. This is what he sends to the storied New Yorker. Is this funny? Is it interesting? Is it original? Or is it hackneyed? Is this hack work? Is this bored? Is this boring? Is this tired? Is this cliched? Many of our poll workers spotted women going into voting booths and literally casting votes, he said. These were not isolated incidents. Pick a stereotype and this stupidly, mindlessly play on it. This is the best that he can do. The best. This is for the New Yorker, folks. It's tough to get into the New Yorker. A lot of people would like to get into the New Yorker. This guy gets in. That's the best he can do. That's pathetic. That's pathetic. They're not even trying. Is this what they've become? Is this what they have descended into? Is this what they have degraded into? The New York intellectual elite. Is this what they have degraded into? This is the best that they can do? That's pathetic, isn't it? I don't know what else to say. I mean, it just makes me angry. These fools. These superior fools, these self-satisfied fools. You know what this is? This is the Emperor's new woke, is what this is. This is the woke dysfunction that I talk about, right?
Everything woke turns to shit.
It does. It does. Here's a great example. This is the woke dysfunction that I talk about all the time, right? It's not funny. It doesn't function anymore. You know, the New Yorker has been reduced to cliches now. Cliches that just, they give you the right message. You know, it's correct. It's good directionally, right? Not funny. It's not even real satire, right? But it's going the right. It's anti-Trump. It's Orange Man bad. And that's the only thing that really matters. What a sad state of affairs. How pathetic. How pathetic. Imagine being proud of that. Imagine sitting back and thinking about how clever you are when this is the best that you can do. This is the pinnacle of your satirical skills, your satirical expression. Widespread cases of women voting. Oh, it's funny because Republicans. Oh, it's funny because Trump. What a sad statement. I mean, how embarrassing to be this man. How embarrassing to be this man. In any case, I'm getting too angry, so I think we should probably move on. And it's getting late. Let's see. Antipop says, New Yorker needs a vaginoplasty. What? New Yorker, I think, has already had a vaginoplasty, Antipop. Rogue Thought says, it feels like so many institutions have achieved critical mass in support of socialism and all are melting down at the same time. You're correct, sir. I mean, nothing matters anymore. All that matters is the revolution. I guess for the New Yorker, you know that they're all fucking socialists working at the New Yorker, right? Wealthy socialists, champagne socialists. Nothing matters anymore other than the revolution. That's it. Nothing matters. It doesn't matter what they print anymore, as long as it's directionally correct. It's the only damn thing that matters. Quality? Well, you'd need like merit for that, right? To find out what's quality. Can't have that. That's white supremacy, don't you know? Let's see. Yes, plus-size folks can be athletes. Just be sure to give them soda rather than water when they need hydration. So what's going on here? So there's a big fat lady, and it's a mixed martial arts, it looks like. So it didn't go very well for Fatty. I thought that she would do well because of just big, right? Heavy. She could just fall on her. So I don't understand what happened there. Obviously, the large one is not a mixed martial artist. So she was just in there. Like at the end of the day, she just kind of pushed her and she just fell over. What was the purpose of this exactly? Looks like she went down real easy there. I think she was done. I don't get it. What was the point of this? Radio Streamer says, is that Gorlock the Destroyer? I don't think so. But I wish it was. I don't get it. Let's watch that one more time without some sound. Without the sound. I think you guys know what that means. There we go. She's about the size of the new Miss Alabama, Xerxes says. Uh-oh. You know, let's find Miss Alabama. I got her in here. She's in the thumbnail. Let's find out where she is. Because it's so interesting. The winner of Miss Alabama. She promotes inclusivity and representation of all bodies. All bodies. We need to stop glorifying obesity. Obesity isn't healthy. I've been long opposed to representing all bodies. Okay, so let's hear this.
Stood with our shade.
Oh, God damn it.
So just being with my family, seeing their smiling faces, even their present makes me really happy. The time we
All right, I can't have the music on there. But I can do this. It's not any better. It's not better. Sorry. Sorry, Miss Alabama. It's not better. No, that's no better. That. I'm sorry. She has no place being Miss Alabama or anywhere else. Do I have another clip here? See, look at see that. If she was from Alabama, I mean, we're not really looking at this for any other reason than just to check out her rack, actually. I mean, that is just, it's great. It's just great. I like it. I'm more for representation for that kind of body. But anyway, I think I've got something else on Miss Alabama. Here we go. The girl in the middle just won Miss Alabama. Thoughts? Well, I believe, like, that one's a pretty heavy too. Not as big as Miss Alabama, who looks like she ate Alabama, or at least like a major city in Alabama. But I don't know. I mean, she's just really fat, and she shouldn't win the contest. I mean, everybody knows that. She shouldn't win the pageant. It's a beauty pageant. It's not a fat pageant. If it was a fat pageant, sure, she should win. Probably win all over the country. But if it's a beauty pageant, I'm sorry, that's not beautiful. I'm sorry, there is like an actual objective beauty standard. Or at least thereabouts. We know what isn't it, right? And that isn't. I'm sorry. She may be a very nice person, but I'm sorry. She's just too fat to win. She's just too big. I'm sorry. She's just a giant, big fatty, and they don't get to win the beauty contest because people don't think they're beautiful. It would kind of defeat the whole point. In fact, it does defeat the whole point. I'm not trying to be mean here. I'm not trying to be cruel. It's just reality. Remember the thing called reality? You know, when remember a day when everybody understood what was real and what wasn't? You know, that was back in the day when the beautiful women won the beauty pageant, not the morbidly obese women that everyone knows isn't the most beautiful woman at the pageant. It was the days before that person won. It was back in the days when everybody knew what was real and what was fake, what was reality and what was fantasy. When everybody knew that a 300-pound woman wasn't going to win Miss Alabama or Miss Texas or anywhere else. Maybe she'd win some kind of eating contest somewhere. The Coney Island hot dog eating contest. That's fine. You could win that. That makes total sense. Beauty pageants, so, I mean, they're not fooling anyone. Again, let's talk about woke dysfunction again. Not fooling anyone. We all know this isn't real. Okay? They ruined that pageant and discredited it by giving Miss Alabama to somebody who does not deserve it, just objectively does not deserve it. Everybody knows. Everybody knows she doesn't deserve to win. Everybody knows she's not the most beautiful person there. Maybe she could be if she ate less and if she exercised. Then maybe she's got a chance. But you don't get to be a big, fat, lazy slob and win Miss Alabama. You shouldn't. You shouldn't. Everybody knows this. This is called woke dysfunction. And what does it do?
Everything woke turns to shit.
Exactly my point, Don. Exactly my point. Thank you. This is the Emperor's New Woke. This is the real Emperor's New Woke. This is the dysfunction that I talk about all the time. This pageant is not performing its function anymore. It's doing something different. It's promoting a false reality in order to conform and to promote a cult, a far-left cult ideology. That's its purpose now. Its purpose now is to spread equity. It's the equity department of the cult. Everybody knows this is absurd. Everybody. Even she must know it. Yet they continue. Again, this, my friends, is the Emperor's New Woke. This is the real one. You may think, well, it's just a beauty pageant. What does that do? So what if that's dysfunctional? What if that's not performing its function anymore? Yeah, but I tell you what, when it's everything, when it's medical associations, it starts to matter. When it's politics, when it's the government, it starts to matter. When the woke dysfunction gets into whatever it touches, whatever woke touches, it will turn to shit. Right? And it's just slowly taking over everything. And when I say everything, I mean everything. Government departments, institutions, everything. When medicine becomes woke, that's a problem for everybody. These things are the warnings. These things are the warnings. Although it's even too late. I mean, I've got something unbelievable. Where is it? Let's see. Something from the Canadian Cancer Society or Association or something. Let me find it. Okay. May take a little while, but hey, we got all night. Here we go. Unreal. In order to be inclusive, the Canadian Cancer Society will no longer use the term cervix. Instead, it will use the term front hole. Front hole. Beyond parody. Front hole. This should terrify everybody in Canada. The woke dysfunction is in the Canadian Cancer Society. It's in all of the medical institutions in Canada now. Everybody should be worried about this. Everybody should be scared. When health professionals, when doctors no longer know the difference between reality and fantasy anymore, when they prefer political correctness over medical reality, that should scare everybody. That should terrify everybody. The woke dysfunction is getting into everything, folks. Everything, everywhere. When you see some stupid fucking beauty pageant and the wrong person wins because of equity reasons and healthy at any size, you got to remember that's happening in everything. Okay? That Miss Alabama pageant no longer makes sense, right? It doesn't work anymore. It's failing on purpose for political reasons. But it's not just staying there. It's getting into everything. So when you see it, I don't know, on a hiking club or something went woke or something, got to remember, that's just one more thing ticked off. It has to take everything. It has to take over everything. It is all consuming. It's going to take over every institution. It's going to decide whether or not you get medical care based on your identity or your politics or whatever. That's why you can't tolerate it at all. That's why it has to be drummed out of everything. Everything needs to be cleansed from the woke mind virus, from the woke cult ideology. It all has to be cleansed by it, because it will just, its tendrils will reach into everything. Let's see. Xerxes says the video of crowning her is interesting. When you watch the other contestants' faces, some of them look a bit upset. I bet they do, because it all became a joke. Yep, because it all became. I mean, this is the Soviet Union. This is how it works in a total totalitarian ideological state, right? Everybody knows it's fake, but you can't say anything, right? They can't say anything because they'll get canceled, right? I remind you again of that old Soviet joke. They pretend to pay us and we pretend to work. That's what's happening to the West. Let's see. Danny Polishchuk. So what has he got to say? He's pretty funny. I like this guy. Let's take a look at this video.
Hey guys. So I have a bit of a confession to make, and I know this is going to upset a lot of people, but I just have to get this out. I don't like the WNBA. I just don't like it. It's just not that good to watch. I know that, like, if you could pretend like it is, then maybe it could be okay, but it's just, I just don't care. I'm bombarded by it at every single place on the internet. You turn on SportsCenter, it's WNBA. You open ESPN, the website, WNBA, all over Twitter, all over Instagram, and it's just not that good. I don't know. I don't like it. Like, I mean, they're great. The players are amazing for women, obviously. They're obviously not as good as men's high school basketball players, but they are fantastic. I don't want to be one of those guys who's like, oh man, if I went and played against chicks in the WNBA, I'd cook them. No, they would destroy me. They would absolutely destroy me, but it's just not good, and I'm not going to watch it, even though it's everywhere I look. It's being shoved in my face, so sorry if I've let you down.
Isn't that the truth? And it's not just WNBA, it's every sport now. I mean, I'm a boxing fan, and they keep forcing I guess they decided that they were going to make women's boxing into this huge thing. And I've maybe seen like one or two women's fights that were at least watchable, but there's a very small pool of women fighters. I think like in each weight class, there's like 50 or 60 or something in the world. So it's a pretty shallow talent pool, but because it's women, we're supposed to like it. We're supposed to support it. And I'm sorry, it's terrible. It's mostly terrible. It's 99% terrible. Most of it just looks like two Mexican cleaning ladies fighting over Pine Sol or something, right? One of them, I don't know, smiled at the other's boyfriend. And two cleaning ladies just spontaneously started fighting. They threw on some boxing gloves and thought they'd finish it in the ring. They'd solve it in the ring. It's terrible. The skill level is extremely poor. Extremely poor. And it's often quite sad because you'll have one who's actually got a little bit of skill, and then the other one has absolutely no idea what she's doing, and she just becomes a punching bag. So it's just watching one woman beat the shit out of another woman. That's really actually most of them. And the thing is, usually there's not really many knockouts because, they're not strong enough to knock each other out. It's just pathetic. Like, it's low quality, right? It's low quality. This is woke dysfunction. So if I buy a pay-per-view, I'm mad because the value is being of it is being stolen from me because they're putting in one or two female fights that are going to suck. I know they're going to suck before they start. Which two Mexican cleaning ladies are going to put in this time? And that steals part of the value of what I'm paying. It pisses me off. It makes me not want to get it. And they keep doing it over and over and over again, even though the quality is generally, almost always, so poor. So terribly poor. So boring. It's just a different skill level. You could not put them in with a man. It's completely absurd. Right? They would be dangerously injured. Hey, we got Candle Monkey in the chat. How you doing, sir? Good to see you. And then every 4 years, it's nonstop about the goddamn fucking Women's World Cup, the soccer teams. Nobody gives a shit. Those teams. The U.S. team was beaten by like 7-0 by a team of I think under 15 boys. The Australian women's team, I think at the time it was the number one team in the world, and they got beaten like 9-0 by 15-year-old boys. In short, they suck. They're terrible. Now they're trying to foist this women's professional hockey league on us. And, of course, the virtue signalers go out. And they'll fill up an arena for a couple of games. But it doesn't last because ultimately it sucks. They're just not that good. It's a much smaller talent pool to choose from because not as many girls are going to want to play hockey because they're girls, right? Some will. There are tomboys and everything. Some will. It's not like they're not trying. It's just that the talent pool is too small. So what you get is just a bad product. And people go out and they feel like they have to support it. And they can say, hey, I went to the professional women's hockey league game last night and saw the Montreal, I don't know what they're called. The Montreal Goddesses or something. And yeah, it was really good, really quality. Yeah, I really admire those women. But it always peters out. And now they've got the big crowds with Caitlin, what's her name? She looks actually like a really good basketball player, I got to say. The college girl who's now, the rookie in the WNBA. But that's going to peter out because it's still the WNBA. It's still a bunch of women who can't dunk. It's going to peter out. You can't hide it forever. You can't pretend. Nobody can pretend forever. You can do it for a little bit, If your girlfriend takes you to an art museum, modern art museum, you can hang out there for a little bit and you can say, oh yeah, that's kind of interesting. That one, yeah, it's kind of interesting. Yeah, sure. Yeah. But eventually, you're going to say, okay, I've had enough. Let's just go. I'm done now. I did what I was supposed to do. I'm done. That's what's going to happen. That's what happens with all of these. Candle Monkey says the Professional Women's Hockey League women's hockey is... What is this? Hold on. The PWHL women's hockey is great, but I don't understand how the business model can justify being on primetime TV. It is not great, sir. Pardon my language, but what the fuck is wrong with you? I mean, Candle Monkey, I'm glad to have you here, but you go too far, sir. We appreciate you on this channel. We appreciate you in the chat. I'm glad you come. I don't want you to go. I don't want you to run away from the channel. I don't want you to. We love you. We're going to stick with you. But what the fuck is wrong with you, sir? What is this nonsense? This gibberish. This bullshit about women's hockey is great. What the fuck does that even mean?
What does that mean?
I don't know, Pierre. This guy's talking crazy. I can't tolerate this. I'm sorry. I've got to say something. Candle Monkey. I can't let this pass. I don't want this to cause a rift between us. I don't. Well, now you're saying you don't watch it. See, now the truth comes out. All right. I'm sorry if I was a little harsh on you there, Candle Monkey. Sorry if I was a little bit harsh. But I mean, you did say that women's hockey is great. And we can't let that pass. Anyway, it's all forgiven. It's all good now. But just have to say, I hear somebody say something like that, and it's very much yeah. Sorry, sir. Anyway, let's leave all this behind us now. Let's move. Let's just think of I like to think of the future. Don't fart me. Don't worry. It's all in the past. Who said something about women's hockey? I don't remember anybody saying anything about women's hockey. What? Nobody said that. What? No. You usually have such great things to say, Candle Monkey. Anyway, it's all in the past. I don't even remember it. I don't even remember what happened there. Antipop says Montreal Canadiens. Is that really what it is? Rogue Thought says Montreal front holes. Montreal front holes. Rogue Thought went fully
None of you seem to understand. I'm not locked in here with you.
You're locked in here with me.
You're locked in here with Rogue Thought. Montreal front holes. Antipop says, I used to watch a girlfriend play hockey. Well, I mean, that's fine enough, right? I mean, I will tell you this, actually. The most into it I ever got watching hockey was watching my kids play hockey. Because I guess it's, you're actually connected. I mean, any professional sports team or just athlete, unless they're you're good friends with them, yeah, they don't know you and they don't want to, right? So you don't really have that much of a connection. All right. Anyway, that got serious. That escalated quickly, I've got to say. Escalated really quickly. Let's move on. Let's move on and never mention that again. So I feel sorry for the people who don't understand the brilliance of modern performance art. So more modern art. Okay, let's take a look at this. Let's stop that and... Well, we knew that was coming, I guess. I mean, it's pretty obvious what he was about to do. This, to me, is indistinguishable from Monty Python. You know? This is indistinguishable from Monty Python humor. Okay, he walks up. I mean, that is just Monty Python, isn't it? This is just absurdism. This is absurdist comedy. It surely, right? How can this not be comedy? How can this be? So, I guess people pay to go see this sort of thing. You know what? It is better than the WNBA. I'll give it that. I'll give them that. Rumbum said, when the asylum puts on a talent show. Yeah. Let's see what the internet has something to say. Let's see what the internet has to say about this. And I hope that it's kind. Stop knocking Hunter Biden's artwork. It's performative, okay? I think he's just letting everyone know that dinner is ready. Very interesting. I don't understand any of this. Nobody does. I feel sorry for the people who understand it. Misappropriating the cuff crutch is unforgivable. Definitely a left-wing Democrat. That's pretty much certain, isn't it? It looks like it might be like British or something, probably Labor. So, does this feel at all like a society in decline to you? Because it kind of feels like that to me. It feels like a society that is got too much time on its hands, has a lot of problems, but is still obsessed with absurdity and navel gazing. And I guess maybe just extracting maximum attention used to be that you needed talent to get attention, to have people pay attention to you. You know, you had to do something worthwhile, something useful. You had to, bring levity to people, make people laugh. People have hard lives and there's a value in that, right? But it's hard to do that, right? It takes a lot of practice, a lot of work. You have to bomb a bunch of times. You have to be humiliated a bunch of times by an audience before you get really good at it, right? A lot of work. I mean, there's a reason why somebody like Louis C.K. or Dave Chappelle are so successful and so popular, right? Because they're really good. And they're really good because they tried really hard and they put themselves on the line a lot. And they honed their skill. And they have talent, obviously, but talent without hard work and practice and innovation doesn't get you anywhere. Rogue Thought says, people waiting to be conquered and don't realize it. Antipop says, he's got the goods. All right, let's move on. Let's move on from this just retarded world. A woman has revealed her pregnancy non-negotiables, including a baby moon, a $1,000 push present, and a personal trainer to get back in shape. Huh. So she's got a lot of demands for somebody who looks like perhaps she should lower her expectations a little bit. I think this is how a lot of women end up. This is how a lot of women end up alone and childless cat ladies with boxes of empty wine boxes stacked up in the hallway. Because, okay, she puts her makeup on, does her hair, looks okay. But you know what? There's a lot of magic they're pulling these days, but the magic doesn't last, right? This is not a spectacular woman who should be demanding all of these ridiculous things. She should be happy if somebody good, a good man who has his shit together, is willing to risk the best years of his life for her.
Seeing everyone doing theirs, so get ready with me whilst I go through my pregnancy stipulations. Number one might seem...
See, here we go, without the makeup on, without all done up yet. I don't know, a 6 maybe? A 6? You know, because you can't wear that makeup. You can't be done up all the time. You know, whoever you got your sights on is going to see you when you look like that.
Fairly obvious, but no ring, no baby. Putting religious reasons aside.
Well, no ring, no baby. Okay, that's fine, actually. You know, that's good. I think that's not a bad rule there at all. But let's see where it goes from there.
If you can't commit to me, how do I know you can commit to having a child? Baby moon is mandatory for the first child. Any children we have after that, I don't care as much, just because taking kids on holiday is more of a headache than a holiday. So for the first one, baby moon is mandatory. 1 push present per child. If I'm carrying our baby for 9 months and going through the hell that comes with pregnancy, I think, why wouldn't you want to get me a push present? This doesn't even need to be on the list.
A push present? What's that? I don't even know what that is. Is that like a push? I don't understand what that is. In any case, Antipup says push present, lawnmower. You forgot vacuum, Antipup. You forgot vacuum. Rogue Thought says a 5 demanding, 10 wants. Expect disappointment, honey. Yes, I would say so. Kendall Monkey says a what? Yeah, we don't know what a push present is. That like some sort of a play on like giving birth, like you know, you have to push. Is that what it is? Candle Monkey's going to look it up for us. Now, the no kids before being married, okay, that's good. But then it starts to get like, she's going to be a problem, I think. And again, I don't think she's going to be worth it. I mean, it doesn't, even if she were a 10, is it worth it? Is it worth it to spend your life with somebody who's going to make you miserable? You know? And what is that saying? What is that saying? Show me a 10 and I'll show you a guy who's tired of fucking her. There's truth to that. So you got to have more than just looks. You know? Like a good personality, for instance. That helps. Like being nice. Like emotionally generous and reasonable and kind. Those are good things. Being hot isn't enough. A hot woman can ruin your life in a heartbeat. And they've ruined many men's lives. Let's see what the internet has to say about this. I don't think plastic surgery can save her. She's not worth it. Yep. Let's see what else we got here. Why do liberal women all seem to have so many non-negotiables? It's because they've been lied to their entire lives, right? They've been lied to by feminists and told they're special, that just being a woman on its own is an accomplishment. It's as if somehow they accomplish something by being born women. That is the lie that they're told. Candle Monkey says, all it says is a gift given to a woman after she gives birth. So push present. Okay, well, you know, I don't know. But why do liberal women all have so many non-negotiables? Yeah, because feminists have been lying to them and telling them they're special just because they're women. It's a special accomplishment just to be a woman, right? They're beautiful just the way they are, don't you know? Even if that's a complete lie. Men aren't beautiful just the way they are. Anti-pop. Stroller. That's another good one. So we've got lawnmower, stroller, and a vacuum. That push present. That makes sense. Sounds like a future great mom. Yeah, not so much. Radio Streamer says, I guess the difference is she wants something for herself and not the child. Yeah, I think I'll take a hard pass. Bit too narcissistic for me. Yep. All right, let's keep going. Got to keep going. We're getting on 4 hours and 30 minutes here. I thought you might find this interesting. I thought that you might find this interesting. Shark Tank's Kevin O'Leary declares the U.S. has sunk to the level of a banana republic, warns of a financial exodus. This is obvious. He's the only guy who's really pointing this out from like his world. Businessmen should be pointing this out all the time. All right, let's take a look at this.
So I've admired what he's done from the business perspective. I bet you, if it's true that this election is going to be decided by independent voters, if I polled 10,000 independent voters right now, let's say I could just wave a magic wand and do that on a panel. I bet you after all of these 6 weeks or wherever it's been, even if you watch the synopsis every night on the news somewhere, whatever outlet you watch, you are still 99% totally confused on what the hell is going on.
Yeah.
And, you know, even if you spent full all day listening to this, which some people did, you're still confused. And so I just wonder in that group of jurors if a few of them are just looking at each other saying, I don't know. This is a mess. I don't even understand what the judge is telling me to do. That's why I'm asking you to read it over to me again, because they can't take it printed in and read it. I don't know what's going to happen here, but I just look at it and say to myself, wow, this is bad for the American brand. That's what I keep going at. It really is.
Well, the jurors were thinking, yeah, we're just going to find him guilty no matter what. We live in Manhattan. There's only one choice we can make. But we were talking about this earlier, so I don't think we need to go over that too much more. This stuff. Let's find something else here. Actually, we did that last week. Didn't we do this last week? Chris Cuomo, Dave Smith, we did. How about this? Florida teacher severely beaten by 270-pound student over Nintendo Switch refuses to help refuses to help defense lighten sentence. Good for you. I mean, can you imagine even ask? I mean, she was put in the hospital. She was seriously injured. In fact, maybe it says underneath here, how badly was she? She was seriously injured. Da, da, da. Let's see. Let's see if we can find this story. Florida teacher severely beaten by 270-pound. Florida teacher severely beaten by 270-pound student. Beaten unconscious. Florida teacher beaten unconscious by 270-pound. Florida teacher beaten unconscious. Ah, God damn it. Florida teacher beaten unconscious by 270-pound student living off donations after being put on unpaid leave. Jesus Christ. So even in Florida, you've got like woke school districts that are going to be the definition of woke dysfunction. Everybody that knows me or knew me before the attack knows that I'm a totally different person now. My whole life was just turned upside down. Then 17 years old and standing 6'6", Brendan Deepa assaulted the paraprofessional inside Matanzas High School in February, leaving her with 5 broken ribs, a severe concussion, and hearing loss. So her life is changed forever now, right? She'll probably have migraines for the rest of her life, hearing loss. She told the station that she wants Deepa sentenced to a maximum of 30 years behind bars for the stomach-churning incident that left her physically and emotionally broken. Nidich said that her speech has slowed and that she suffers from ongoing cognitive problems. Quote, unfortunately, a lot of my injuries that are not visible I'm going to have for the rest of my life. Compounding her physical ailments, Nidich said she was struggling to get her workers' compensation case resolved and has been all but abandoned by the Flagler County School District since the attack. Well, you know they're all woke. Look at this, stomping on her. 270 pounds, 6'6". 6'6". Now she's living off donations. And they want her to help to keep this guy, this 6'6", 270-pound person, 17 years old. Who gives a shit? If you're the one getting stomped, I don't think you care anymore. She's expected to help him now. This is equity, people. This is equity. I say fuck equity. Put him away. She says that she wants this guy sentenced to the maximum 30 years behind bars. Good for her. Good for her. Refuses to help defense lighten sentence. Good for her. Why the hell should she? I mean, for all we know, he was trying to kill her. 5 broken ribs, severe concussion, hearing loss. That's a severe beating. This guy could have easily have killed her. He may have been trying to. Maybe one more stomp, and he does. I'm sorry. At that point, you can't be around civilized people. I mean, this is more than just, a behavioral problem, right? Like, I'm sorry, at 17, you need to understand that you can't just stomp. You can't beat the shit out of a woman over a Nintendo. I don't blame her at all. Xerxes says, I just read that Florida public schools are losing students like crazy. They're all choosing private and homeschooling. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense these days. Rogue Thought says, give him as much consideration in sentencing that he gave you. Yeah, I mean, like there's just some people that got to be kept away from other people. Just the way that it is. Let's see. Are we okay, let's move back. What do we got here? Oh, this is funny. Okay, this guy's pretty good. I have no idea who this guy is. I've never seen him before, but this is good. Let's check it out.
States of America. The hell happened here? War's over, man. States of America, most powerful country.
See, that's how you do it, right? It's not hateful, right? He's like, okay, here's this group. They're kind of funny, but they're also really, really badass, and you wouldn't want to fuck with them. And they'll destroy anybody who tries to invade the country in like an afternoon. Right? That's how you do it. All right, let's move on. Actually, maybe we'll find out who this guy is. Maybe somebody knows in here. It doesn't say. From G. Van Fleet. No one is safe under communism. Not the average citizens, not even those communists in high positions. Liu Shaoqi, the president of China and CCP's number 2 guy, found himself under siege by the Red Guards. He eventually died a miserable death while imprisoned. Liu's crime was that Mao considered him a threat. You see a similar story when you learn about these guys. Same thing with Stalin. He killed a lot of high-ranking communists as well. Where are Xi Jinping's rivals? They are all rotting in prison. Those who are celebrating the destruction and weaponization of our legal system need to know they will be next, and they are the real target of the regime they support. Yeah, there's a lot of people who can't. Well, they're completely historically ignorant. That's a problem. So the education system has failed them on purpose. On purpose. Totally infiltrated and taken over by leftists who don't want you to know about this stuff. Right? They like Mao. They like communism. Right? They don't want to try and dissuade you from it. But yeah, this is unchecked. This is the direction that they will go. I think that what we're seeing in the West is a desire from our leaders, a desire to move the West into the Chinese model. You know, I think they look at China and they think China's got it perfect now. So they brought in capitalism with Chinese characteristics, which is really just fascism, right? It's not really free markets. You know, it's not capitalism as we would understand. It's capitalism with Chinese characteristics. There's a Chinese Communist Party office in every company in China with, I think, over 50 employees. Or maybe it's 100, something like that. Right? They're in everything. I think people like Trudeau, I think people like Biden, I think they look at China with envy. I mean, Trudeau's on tape. He's on video saying that he admires China's basic dictatorship. I think the WEF, I think they look at China with envy. They think that's the model for the future. You know, we still have the major corporations. We still have, big tech, but they're in league with us. They work with us to keep the people down, to produce a totalitarian state of just a bunch of slaves, basically. And we'll all be happy here at the top. I think that's the model. I think it's China. I think that's what's happening. That's what we're being pushed towards. That's what Trudeau is doing in Canada. Trudeau obviously would love a totalitarian state for all of his bullshit that we hear about, that he spouts about democracy, right? He's got to censor everybody endlessly, control what everybody thinks endlessly for democracy, right? That's always the language that they use, by the way. It's always for democracy. It's always to help you. It's always to protect the public from harm. But this is what they really want to move us into. And when they say they want to protect us from harm, they're lying. They want this for us. That's what I think. That's what I think is happening in the West. You know, why every country is going through the same thing at the same time, the same stresses. It's all to weaken us and push us into this, into the Chinese totalitarian model. That's what I think. Anyway. Oh my God, this woman does the best impersonation of camel toe that I have ever seen. All right, let's check this out. Let's get some levity.
Donald Trump at this point is a foregone conclusion?
Well, I'm really confident we're going to win because we're going to cheat, okay? We're going to cheat, and we have so many different ways how we're going to accomplish that. First of all, we're flooding the country with new voters. I was in charge of ignoring the border in order to make that happen. We're going to release a deadly...
She's got the laugh down, doesn't she?
virus disease called X. Elon Musk can't have all the fun.
Oh, she's got it. I mean, it's like nails down a chalkboard, but it's perfect. It's not actually a laugh, is it? It's a cackle.
You know, once we fearmonger the fuck out of everyone, okay, we're going to go ahead and instill mail-in voting. That's how we won last time. Ooh, we've weaponized our entire Department of Justice to go after our opponent, right? And, you know, if all else fails, we'll release the holograms of the aliens and burn the fucking country down, you know, whatever it takes. Go America.
Oh, she's got it down. She's really got it down. Oh, that cackle, it is creepy. She's got the creepiness down perfectly. Perfectly. All right. Well, this is the one we had on loop at the beginning when I was doing my usual preamble. What's going to happen here, I wonder? Oh, yikes. That's tough. That's really tough. What's going on here? Yeah, guess that didn't work out. Let's see. Dylan Mulvaney speaks out from Peru. It's sad I had to leave my country to feel safe. So tranny goes to Peru to feel safe. So what does this say underneath? Peru classifies transgender, non-binary, and intersex people as mentally ill. This is the hilarious thing, though, right? Like, everybody on this, I don't know if Dylan Mulvaney is even political right? It seems like just an opportunist who hit on something that finally got the views that he wanted, right? And started bringing in the money that he wanted and just went with it 100%. But there seem to be a lot of incredibly stupid people who don't know anything about the world. They certainly don't know anything about history, but they don't know anything about the world right now. And the world right now outside of the West is not a giant rainbow. They're not that fond of the rainbow. You know, I'm not just talking about like Afghanistan either, right? Pretty much everywhere. They've got different ideas, different morals, right? Had to go to Peru to feel safe. Peru classifies transgender, non-binary, and intersex people as mentally ill. May 15th, 2024. Well, oh, well, oh, well. I guess you learned something about the world, didn't you? You know, how many millions of people have the idiotic belief that countries like Canada or the United States or Great Britain or Australia are these oppressive societies? These are the true oppressive societies in the world. Not China. I mean, they've just got like 1 million Uyghur Muslims in concentration camps. Not them. No, it's Canada. You know? You can't imagine the hell of all of the repression and oppression and bigotry of Prince Edward Island. But there are all these millions of people who seem to think that these are the truly oppressive societies, the truly unfair societies, the truly bigoted societies, without apparently ever going anywhere else. I don't know. I find it quite amazing. It's just, it's actually just sad, isn't it? It's sad. And this gets to that point I was making earlier about perspective. You know, nobody has any perspective. You know, we do, but it's something that's seriously lacking in the world. Not in the world, in our own cultures right now. And if you want to see racism, go to China. Go to China. Just go like lots of places all over the world if you want to see real racism. Antipop says, I don't think Africa wants some. Yeah. There's some jokes I could make about that I'm going to refrain from. Xerxes says, I love these guys' ridiculous women poses. So ridiculous. Yeah, it's like an absurd over-the-top stereotype of what they think a woman is. It's quite amazing. Is that supposed to be like Mary Tyler Moore or something? I don't know. Is he imitating that girl? I don't know. Let's see. Rogue Thought says, Peru just made my top 3 to move to if this shitstorm doesn't turn around. Yeah. This is the problem, right? Is that there's that. So we have to fix our own countries because it kind of sucks everywhere else, you know? You go to a lot of European countries and it's a different standard of living for people. It's a different quality of life. Like, even just like the food, it sucks. You don't have the choice. Like these countries, we have to make sure that they're not ruined because they are the best in the world. Like Canada and the US, they're awesome countries. Awesome countries. You know, I mean, as much damage as Trudeau has done, still pretty awesome compared to other places that you might go. I mean, it's getting to the point where it is getting to the point where it's unlivable, you know. So we've got to turn it around, but that's the best thing that we can do is turn it around. Because actually, for a lot of people, it is unlivable now. It does suck, and actually, other countries would be better. You know, it depends on what kind of means you have. But I mean, things that you would take for granted, like just like good internet, yeah, they don't have that everywhere. Let's see, what else we got? I just thought this was funny. When your vegetarian friends invite you for dinner. This kind of is, I guess, should be part of the puppy palate cleanser. Just so disappointing. Just so disappointing. All right. Now, this is pretty interesting. I'm coming around to this view. I have been for the last couple of months. I don't know if I'm as extreme as Trump is here, but I think it's clear to me that harm reduction is it doesn't even it harm reduction is the wrong thing to call it. It should be called harm increase or harm production. Harm reduction, well, no, I've talked about it a million times on this channel. Harm reduction policies have caused an order of magnitude greater amount of overdoses and addiction in Vancouver, Canada. So I've gone through the government's own statistics on this. I can tell you that it's true. Right? In 20 years, they went from under 300, about 280 overdose deaths a year to it's getting up to 3,000 now, right? So that's what harm reduction does. That's what left-wing, far-left, radical harm reduction does. Like legalizing, destigmatizing, safe injection sites, free drugs, all of this stuff. It causes an order of magnitude. If you've got a couple of decades to kill, it'll create an order of magnitude greater amount of tragedy in your society, in your city. Right? With all the attendant crime and misery, and it's not only individuals that are destroyed by it, but whole families. So I've kind of turned from my old, the war on drugs is stupid. I've kind of turned around now to let's return to the thing that caused 10 times less death and misery. And we'll reassess from there and we'll tweak from there. But let's stop doing the thing that causes 10 times more death and misery and human misery and destroys 10 times as many families. Let's stop doing that, right? And I can hear the lefties now say, no, it wasn't far left enough. We have to go more far left. No. Let's just stop let's stop with the far left altogether at this point. It's not working. We can all see that. You can cry and scream and pretend and just shout out that it saves lives, even though statistically that's just false. Everybody knows it. Anybody who walks out onto the streets knows it, right? They keep doing that. They keep just screaming over and over again like a mantra, it saves lives. Clearly, statistically, objectively, we can say that it does not. It kills more people, 10 times as many people, right? So I say, let's go back to the thing that, and this is a total reversal on my part, but let's go back to the thing that wasn't perfect, but killed 10 times less people and reassess it from there. Maybe we need to go full Singapore, life sentence. You found with a joint, life sentence. Well, I mean, pot's legal now, so it won't be that, but, found with a gram of coke, life sentence. Maybe we need to do that. I don't know. All I know is we should stop doing the thing that causes 10 times more human tragedy and suffering. That seems reasonable to me. Oh, here's this thing we've been doing for 20 years. It causes 10 times as much misery and human suffering and tragedy and crying parents. Let's try not doing that anymore. Let's go to the thing that we know creates 10 times less and reassess from there. Let's tweak it from there. You know, it may well be that there is no, I can say with certainty there is no utopian solution to this. I can say with certainty there is no perfect solution to this. I can say with certainty that you're not going to reduce drug overdoses to zero. I can also say with certainty that we're better off reducing it as much as we can, and we're better off not doing the thing that guarantees more of it. So let's hear what Trump has to say here.
Last week in office, we had less people coming into our country than at any time before. But importantly, we also had drugs were down 19%, 20%, and that's not enough. And by the way, you'll never really solve the drug problem unless you do what other countries do.
So
and that's the death penalty for drug dealers. If you have a drug dealer on average will kill during that person's life 500 people. Unless you have a death penalty, unless there's something that right now they don't even get charged with anything. If you don't institute the death penalty for drug dealers, you'll never solve that problem. You'll get it down to a number that, like I got it down, actually at one point it was 22% down. That was a good thing, but you'll never solve the problem. We set up committees, we set up all of this. The cartels are run by very smart, very vicious people. They're pouring drugs into our country. Now, the number coming in now compared to 4 years ago is 12 times higher, drugs. So it's not only people, it's not only human trafficking, it's drugs. The drugs are pouring into our country totally unchecked.
Back to Hunter.
Maybe he's right. Maybe he's right. I know one thing, the far left solution, the radical leftist solution is not going to work. So maybe he's right about that. What do you guys think? I mean, what do you guys think of this? Let's see. I think that's a little much, but harsher punishments are definitely required. Here somebody says 100% agree. Also, all violent crimes. Let's see. I don't know. I think he's got a point. I mean, I think that the way Western societies look at drugs and addiction now needs to be reassessed. It's gone way too far to the left, and it's not working, and it won't. Candle Monkey says, I'm in Vancouver. Only a heavy-handed approach will clean this up. I think he's right. I think he's right. All right, this is something that, hold on one second. Let's stay on this for a second. Radio Streamer says if the statistics are accurate and I find a major drug dealer with more than enough evidence to show, the bar would have to be pretty high. Yeah, it's something you'd have to work out. But this is what I'm talking about, saying, let's go back 20 years before harm reduction, so-called harm reduction policies. And then reassess. This is what I'm talking about with the reassessing. Candle Monkey says, I don't see it happening, though. You know, with the demographic changes in Canada, we might see it in a couple of decades. You know, we might. Because, you know, the rest of the world, which is where everybody else is coming from, they don't have the same ideas on this shit. They're way more socially conservative than people born in Canada are. Way more. So that could change things a lot. So I guess we'll have to see, though. From Billboard Chris, this is just so awful and culty. So here you've got a girl who's had a double mastectomy, got scars there, and this is culty. Can't have the music. The people cheer. The people cheer. So this is a cult. It is a cult. I'm sorry, it's a cult. Who are those people applauding? Cheering, woo! Have any of them thought about what they just witnessed for even a moment? For even a moment? I find it... enough of that. You know, I need to go back to the puppy palate cleanser for a second, because I just find that so damn... I find it so disturbing seeing the result of pushing a cult ideology on young people. See, that's nice. I like this. You got a dog, you got a parrot, they're best friends, they're just hanging out, they're playing. Nothing wrong with this. This is good. Everything should be this. Everything should be this. And I won't be happy until it is. And as we always say, it's great that Justin Trudeau didn't go into the shot and try and give these animals puberty blockers, because that would have been awful. But it's exactly the sort of thing he would do. Look at these little fellas. Good Lord. That's too much. Okay, let's get back to it. Dear Queers for Palestine, as you celebrate Pride and demand a free Palestine, here is a reminder of exactly what the people you advocate for think of you. Okay, so what's this guy saying?
شو بتقول دراسات؟
What do studies reveal?
إنه من يتورط باللواط ما بيقدر يطلع من اللواط. علق. حتى لو فاق، حتى لو انتبه، حتى لو استغفر، حتى لو تاب، حتى لو بكي بنص الليل، بفيق على حاله، بيوعى وبيستغفر وبيتوب وبيصوم. والتجارب تحكي عن أشخاص، يعني أنا سمعت بأشخاص وأعرف أشخاصا خارج لبنان صار معهم هذا الشيء، ويفيق على حاله ويصلي ليل ويبكي ويصوم واللي بدك إياه وخلص علقان علق. طيب هون بهذا النوع من الجرائم التي تدمر العائلة والمجتمع عندنا أحكام حاسمة بالشريعة الإسلامية. لكن شوفوا الفرق، يعني هون واحد بيتوقف عند شيء. أن الزاني إذا زنى، الشاب الزاني أو الرجل أو المرأة إذا زنى، إذا لم يكن محصنا يجلد. أما إذا كان محصنا طبعا بحكم القاضي وإذا ثبت وكذا.
So flogging for adultery, I think it's going to be worse for the LGBTs. Let's see what he has to say.
أما في حالة اللواط فما في فرق بين عزابي ومتزوج. في حالة اللواط من المرة الأولى حتى لو كان عزابي يقتل.
Oh, so they want to kill them. So somebody needs to tell Queers for Palestine that, the people they're advocating for want to kill them. You know, the problem is that you could tell them that they could see it, they could know it, and they will refuse to accept it. They'll say, well, they don't really mean that. They will refuse to. They're in a cult. They've been trained into, this duality of thought where you just kind of pick the truth that you want depending on the circumstances, right? There's no objective reality. So they would refuse to believe it. They'd say, well, no, that's just him. That's just him. No, everybody else loves us. You can show them polling. You can show them Pew polls, right? None of it will better. There'll be no convincing them. They will not be convinced until they're facing the consequences of their stupidity and their naivete and their refusal to recognize reality. What's going on here? This is another interesting one. Okay, let's watch this. So here you've got a conservative drag queen talking to some of the Pride people, and you might be surprised by this.
And so I did a study abroad in the Middle East with Israel and Palestine.
Would you say you're pro-Palestine or pro-Israel?
Pro-Palestine.
As a gay man, I would be punished and or put in prison or killed if I were openly gay in Palestine. How do you react to that?
I didn't know that. So
it is illegal to be gay in Palestine. You are.
Wait a second. What did she say at the beginning there?
And so I did a study abroad in the Middle East with Israel and Palestine.
Would you say you're pro-Palestine or pro-Israel?
Pro-Palestine.
As a gay man, I would be punished and or put in prison or killed if I were openly gay in Palestine. How do you react to that?
I didn't know that. So
it is illegal to be gay in Palestine. You are punished by prison or death.
Israel?
No, Israel has gay pride. Israel is completely open to lesbian and gay people.
She said she did a study abroad of Israel and Palestine, and she doesn't know any of this stuff? Huh. How is that even possible? But let's continue.
Palestine puts them in prison or kills them. You weren't aware of that?
I was not aware of that, no. So that does pose an interesting aspect.
Have you seen the Queers for Palestine movement? It's a very common movement, but I don't see any Muslims for Queer movements.
Yes. That's where it gets gray, right? Like, that's where I feel
Well,
like...
for me, it's not gray. I am fearful of Islam because there is no Islamic country on earth that embraces me as a gay man.
So, okay, so maybe I'm confused because Israel, which is still an Islam country, right?
No, Jewish.
Oh, good Lord. How can anybody be this stupid? Holy shit. Let's continue.
Okay.
So Israel's Jewish, Palestinians are Islamic.
Okay.
I wonder how many of the protesters, I mean, I don't know if she's a protester. She just said that she's pro-Palestine. I wonder how many of the protesters are as ignorant as this woman. I think it's a lot. I think it's a large percentage of them, you know. I mean, many people have no attention span anymore anyway from watching fucking TikTok videos. You know, minute-long TikTok videos. So I think that I think it's a lot of them. I think that's extremely common. Xerxes says that people are so brain dead. Absolutely. This is who we allow to vote. All she learned about in her study is the supposed victim hierarchy. Well, I guess that's the answer there, right? She was just fed a bunch of propaganda. And she called it a study. The ignorance is pathetic. Did a study abroad in the Middle East, but doesn't know the difference between Jewish and Islamic religions, or who's which, who is which. Yikesies. These people have no clue what they are in for. I'm not telling them. Yikes. Imagine if these people actually got what they wanted. I mean, what would actually be going through their minds at that point? Would it be just a denial of reality right up until the moment they're thrown off the top of the building? Possibly. Quite possibly. Let's see. We're 5 hours in. I think we're going to try and get to... Okay, I think this is worth seeing. All right, it's always, from Glenn to M, it's always refreshing to watch Pierre Poilievre answer questions. No deflection, no word salads, just the facts and numbers. Let's hear this.
My question is regarding the housing problem. CHMC has said that Canada needs 5.8 million houses to restore the housing affordability. Liberal says that they have that already in the budget to be focused on the housing and the fairness for the Canadians, which you disagree. Why do you disagree, and what's your plan?
Okay, I don't disagree. The math disagrees. They've promised they're going to build, so they promised they're going to double home building. Their own housing agency said since they made that promise, home building has gone down, and that it will go down next year and the year after that. Look at my exchange with Trudeau in the House of Commons last week. To get to 3.9 million, forget 5.9 million, to get to 3.9 million new homes by the scheduled deadline of 2031 that Trudeau promised, he needs to build 550,000 homes a year. I asked him 6 times in the House of Commons, are we going to build 550,000 homes this year? He wouldn't answer. Well, the truth is he's on track right now to building about 200,000 homes, not even half of what he's promised. It's not a matter of me disagreeing. It's a mathematical fact. He's not delivering. It's a mathematical fact that 9 years ago when I was housing minister, the average rent for a one-bedroom was $973. Now it's $2,000, right? These are the facts. So has he spent a lot of money on housing programs? Yes. He spent $89 billion on housing affordability, and the result is that housing costs have doubled. The problem is he's putting the money into bureaucracy. Government bureaucrats don't build homes. Private sector builders do. Government bureaucrats are in the way. So we need to get the government bureaucracy out of the way and deliver fast, affordable permits to build the homes. 1/3 of the cost of every newly built home in Ontario is government permits and taxes. 1/3. That's more than we spend on the labor to build the home. So we're spending more on the bureaucrats who don't build anything than we do on the carpenters, framers, plumbers, and electricians who build. Isn't that insane? Like when you buy a house, do you not find it incredible? You have this beautiful house, and you say, well, where did the money, I'm buying the house for, now say it's $1 million. What does the $1 million go to? You know, you break it down, lumber, materials. You think more money goes to people sitting in government offices than goes to the people swinging the hammers, fitting the pipes, framing the lumber. It doesn't make sense. We need to cut the bureaucracy, and that's why my common sense plan will require cities free up land, speed up permits, cut development charges and fees as a condition of getting federal funds. If they don't hit my targets, they won't get their money, and there'll be less of those bureaucrats in those corner offices. So if they beat the target, they'll get more money. We're going to pay our municipalities the way we pay realtors and builders for the number of homes. Thank you.
So if Trudeau is still the leader during the next election, he is going to get slaughtered in the debates with this guy. Because what does Poilievre have? What does Poilievre have? He has a grasp and the ability to articulate his ideas clearly, right? And he has a grasp of the issues. He understands the details. He can pull out the details at will. He understands these issues in a multidimensional way, and he can express it. He knows what he's talking about. That's the point, right? If it's Trudeau's platitudes and Trudeau's fear-mongering against this, Trudeau is going to get slaughtered. He's not going to go up in the polls. He's going to go even further down. You know, he can't compete against this because we are now in serious times. So all of Trudeau's platitudes have resulted in platitudes don't work when the shit hits the fan, and the shit has hit the fan in Canada, right? Platitudes don't work anymore. People want actual solutions. They want to have somebody who seems serious and actually knows in detail about the issues that are actually affecting them, like housing, for instance. Trudeau's got nothing. He's got nothing. He's got platitudes. He can talk about, oh, Canadians know this or Canadians know that. Well, we don't. Sorry. We don't believe it anymore. Nobody does. Except that, 20 to 25% of the population that's always wrong about everything every time. And those will be the people. Will it even be 20% by the election time? I mean, everybody's got a line where the policies start to affect you personally. And it's more people every single day that, Trudeau's platitude leadership is bringing people closer to that line. The failures of his platitude leadership, his current year leadership, are bringing more and more people every day to that line where they say, okay, I can't afford this anymore. I can't afford the nice words. The nice words are too expensive, and they don't mean anything anyway. So, up against this guy, he's got no chance. Zero chance. Canadians are going to elect this serious guy who's not interested in platitudes, who knows the issues in depth and understands them and can pull out the details and can explain it to you. That's what's going to win. In serious times, you need somebody like that. In serious times, you need a serious leader. So the question, I guess the only question that remains is, will Trudeau remain in office until the next election? I think that he will. I think he's delusional at this point. He might as well just be in a bunker somewhere, ordering his generals to move imaginary armies. He's at that point now. He's completely delusional. I think he's going to hang around. I think that he thinks that he's got some divine right, that it's all providence. Providence will save him. I don't think he's based in reality at all anymore, if he ever was, however much he ever was. So that gives me hope. I'm cautiously optimistic about Poilievre. I believe he will win the next election, and I am a little more than cautiously optimistic that he won't betray us all. I watch what happened in the UK with the Conservative Party there, and I worry. I worry about being betrayed, but I feel like that we're returning to the kind of perhaps boring, but responsible leadership that Canada had been used to for decades, since Justin Trudeau's father retired, since he took his walk in the snow. We had regardless of conservative or liberal, we had pretty responsible leadership through that time, and I see us returning to that. Now, of course, there are generational problems caused by the mass immigration, by the population trap that we're in, that can't be fixed quickly. It's going to take a generation to fix that, but we're better off with responsible leadership to help us through that period, instead of just this, cult of woke that we've got now. The budget will balance itself. The wishful thinking party. I guess that's what we call the liberals now. Anyway. Still had a rant left in me, turns out. Let's see. This is funny. I guess she's trying to do the dog's nails there. And he's a bit of an actor. He's a little dramatic. Oh, that's fun. This is why I kind of sprinkle these things through here, because they just make you feel better. How about this? This is fun. In a 2003 interview, Leslie Nielsen pranked the interviewer with a fart machine, making it seem like he couldn't stop farting. This is great. Leslie Nielsen was fantastic. He was awesome.
Near lunch, and I know you're a little...
Well, it was the salmon. Sometimes you just get a wrong piece of salmon.
Is that you?
Well, I don't see anybody else in here who's going to be doing it. Excuse me. But you can show it. I don't care. I just don't care anymore. These things don't bother me.
All right, well then we'll start now, then we'll begin.
Did you hear the starter pistol? Keep your ears open.
All right, now we'll begin. Talking with Leslie. Nielsen.
Yes.
Plays the president.
Yes.
What's different about you and the real president?
Nothing, just maybe one or two things.
Near lunch, and I know you're a little...
Well, it was the same.
He is missed. He is missed. I need to go back and watch Airplane again, the first one. I think there was two, wasn't there? I think the second one, William Shatner was in it in the end. But anyway, I think the first one was the best one. I need to go back and watch that again. That was a classic. I mean, modern movies suck, so why not? Let's see. Guys being honest. Let's see. Girls. Am I fat? Oh my God, no, you're so beautiful. Guys.
I think it's time for you to start to seriously consider salads.
What do you mean?
What do I mean? I mean, get off my car before you flip it over, you fat fuck.
Yep. Checks out. Checks out. Let's see. What else we got here? Let's check this out. And there it is. I posted yesterday that Pierre had been speaking out on foreign interference since it came to light, and to give him time on the new revelations. Keep faith in the man. Okay, well, let's see. Let's hear this.
Le comité pour la sécurité.
Mr. Speaker, the National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians has indicated that members of this House purposely helped hostile foreign actors. Canadians have a right to know who and what the information was.
Committee indicates there are members of this House that have knowingly worked for foreign hostile governments. Canadians have a right to know who and what is the information. Who are they?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition knows very well that no government, including the government of which he was a member, is going to discuss particularities of intelligence information publicly, so he knows better than that. But the good news, Mr. Speaker, is if he wanted to get the appropriate security clearance and be able to see the confidential report of the National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians, he would be much more informed than he is now, and we would invite him to do so he wouldn't stand up and cast aspersions on the floor of the House of Commons without any information whatsoever.
Yeah, the problem is the security clearance the problem is the security clearance is a trap, because then you can't speak about it publicly. That's why he's not doing that. And he knows that. All right, let's keep going here. I just thought this was kind of hilarious. This car runs on goat urine and prayers. So here's a guy who let's watch this a little bit. So here's a guy who's got nothing. He found some wheels, he's got some wood and like a lawnmower engine, or maybe like a weed whacker engine. And he says, I want a car and I'm going to make myself one. I admire this. I mean, this must have taken him forever to build this thing. Forever. I mean, there must have been a million little problems he had to solve. But let's see if you can actually make this thing work.
Get vieux pas manet. Allez, va.
So it actually kind of works. It actually kind of works. I mean, I respect this. I have total respect for this, right? He's like, okay, I found some wheels. I've got like a bit of scrap metal. I've got like a lawnmower engine or something. I don't know what that is. I got a bunch of driftwood. I'm going to turn this into a car, and nothing is going to stop me. Will it work well? Probably not. But it'll be a car, and it'll be my car. I admire this. Again, there must have been some serious engineering problems making this thing work out of like driftwood and a lawnmower engine. You know, there must have been a million little problems that he had to solve in some ingenious way to make this thing work. I admire it. I think it's awesome. Anyway, that's all I got to say about that. Let's see. The objective is to piss off this person. What do you do? Well, let's see. So you've got a big, fat, gross person, woke person, that says, if you are conservative, moderate, apolitical, do not have your political affiliation listed, I am not interested in you. Get away from me. Everybody else in the world sentiment exactly. Get away from me. Candle Monkey says, isn't that how Kia started? What? I don't know about that. So from a psychological perspective here, what is going on here? So you've got a deeply unattractive person. You've got somebody who is right at the very bottom of the sexual marketplace, right? Whose value is rock bottom in the sexual marketplace. And they've got a list of people here, conservatives, moderates, apolitical people who do not have your political affiliation listed. I am not interested in you. This feels like a bit of a preemptive attack here, doesn't it? Because I think that, is this a way of protecting your ego? When you know that you're not in demand, let's just put it that way. Is this a way of protecting your ego? Saying, no, I don't want you. It's like, okay, that's fine. Totally fine with that. Every man in the world says, we accept your terms, right? Is this a way of protecting your ego somehow? I feel like it is. Because, I mean, it's absurd, obviously, right? No conservative man would want that, right? No moderate man would want that. No apolitical man would have that. But there's other ones, too. We can just say, no conservatives, no moderates, no apolitical, or any other man wants this. So that's got to feel pretty bad. So how do you protect yourself? Well, I guess you strike first. No, I'm the one who's not interested in you. Okay. Feeling is mutual. Rogue Thought says the feeling is mutual, and I agree. And it's just mutual for everybody, right? Xerxes says it's all sad virtue signaling. I belong to this club. I think it's deeper than that, though. Deeper than that. You know, it's a way of pretending, tricking yourself into thinking that you have more value than you actually do, right? It's not that those people wouldn't want her. It's that she doesn't want them. I can't help but think she's probably pretty hard up. Although with the how disgusting the modern left is, you know, maybe I'm wrong about that. Maybe there are some men. I'm sure there are. I'm sure there are some really weird, gross, far left men who are totally into whatever that is. I don't know. I guess so. They congregate in some just really awful smelling rooms. Anyway, she's gross. And her terms are acceptable. Let's see. A woman shows off for a Make England Great Again hat outside of Big Ben at Tommy Robinson's two-tier police rally. She's wearing a Trump mugshot and shirt, and we are going to give her a big round of applause because she is awesome. And some more. Fantastic. Totally approve. Well, is that it? Is that it? I think we're 5.5 hours in, people. So I guess I shouldn't be that surprised. Let's see if there's anything we skipped over that I want to do, but I'm pretty tired. Well, with having the whole root canal earlier. I don't know if that's an excuse, but oh, what was this? Let's see. What percentage of the population do you think the woman in the chair represents? I'm going with 95%. Oh, look at this. Okay, so let's watch this then. She crosses herself. That's a large percentage of the population that feels like they need to protect themselves from the evil spirits when the far lefties are around. Good Lord, where is that kiosco? Where is that, I wonder? I don't know. She's not having any of it. Let's see, anything else? I just want to show this again. Now, there's supposed to be something about this, but I mean, look at that rack. She looked great there. She does look great. I mean, there's a reason why she's a movie star. I don't know about her politics or anything, whatever. I mean, look at that rack. A woman completely disappears behind Scarlett Johansson on the red carpet. What? I didn't even notice this. Okay, let's keep watching this and see this moment. The woman completely disappears behind her.
And what was the highlight of the evening for you tonight?
Okay, there's a woman.
Seymour Hoffman winning for Best
Oh,
Actor for a drama.
she does disappear. That was pretty weird, huh? I didn't notice it like the first 10 times I watched this because I just was staring at Scarlett Johansson's rack there. I mean, it is pretty spectacular. She's a good-looking woman. No two ways about it. Maybe we'll do one more of these before we go. Oh, not that. This. Never gets old, at least not for me. Maybe we'll end it off with this. This is nice. So here's a little dog, a little puppy that wants to get picked up. Dog doesn't want to walk. I find that hilarious. If it was my dog, I'd beat it mercilessly, though, of course. But no, of course not. I would pick it up. I would be too soft-hearted. All right. You know what? I think I'm just too tired, guys. I think I'm too worn out. It's 5.5 hours. I think we're good. All right. So thanks everybody for stopping in. If you're not subscribed to the channel right now, subscribe. You can see all my videos I put out during the week. They're extremely nutritious, good for you. If you just subscribe, you'll see them all the time. You won't even have to look for the channel. I mean, that makes sense, doesn't it? Makes perfect sense. But I hope everybody had a good night. Thanks everybody in the chat. The chat is what makes this all worthwhile. The chat is what makes it fun. I love seeing you guys in the chat every week. It gives me a reason to do this, right? Like I feel now like I am seriously obligated to do this every Friday. I can't just fuck it off and just say, I'm not going to do it because I know you guys are going to be waiting and I have to do it now, and it's good. I want that. So, and you guys are the reason why, right? Although that said, in like about a month, I will have to take one Friday off. So, but there's a very good reason that I have to. But thanks, you guys. You guys are what makes it. You guys are what make it fun. Everybody have a great weekend. Have a lot of fun. I don't know if anybody's watching the Game 1 of the Stanley Cup Finals tomorrow. I will be watching it. If you guys are paying attention, maybe we can talk about it next stream. But have a great weekend, everyone. Subscribe if you're not subscribed. Don't forget to drop a like on the live stream, and I will see you all next week at 7:30.